just out of the clear blue, you know.
Yeah, no, he asked me for it, and I was like, yeah, give me.
Mm. 1 minute. We need to be off.
Yep.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're gonna have to pot our sound down in 1 minute because
About
it's
what?
gonna start.
Who's they?
So you won't hear from us, and I guess you just give us
people?
cues at 45.
Okay, so you want the 45?
Yes, sir.
All right.
What's
All
he gotta
right.
do
See
with
what I
it?
can go. See if
All
I can get you as close as I can.
Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and.
Your lying
Why?
eyes will get you there.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Pop quiz. Pop quiz.
Are we ready to go here?
We're getting to 1 minute
Okay.
mark.
We are live on internet, so we'll be cutting off here right now.
All right. And you have a 1 minute intro, by the way.
Oh, okay. I won't say anything about it. Boy.
$15 to intro. 10. 5. 3. 2. 1. Intro started. $30.
Okay.
$15. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
10. 5. 3. 2. 1.
Welcome, everyone, to Watson Stadium. It's time for Hobbs Eagle football live on Cool 95.7. Also on YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com, and the Cool 95.7 app. And, Brian, I don't know if there's anything else technology-wise we could be coming to the fans on tonight.
Maybe via satellite or something. I think it's all we're missing.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. The Battle of Lea County as the Hobbs Eagles take on the Lovington Wildcats. And, of course, last year, not a great result for the Eagles. No points on the scoreboard. 26-0 in favor of the Lovington Wildcats. They broke a 7-game losing streak against Hobbs. So I think Hobbs is ready to try to turn the tables in this one.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things where Hobbs was still learning a new system. They were still trying to get their feet under them. This is a new year, and you have a year under your belt to get the things down that you want. And I tell you, I expect a whole different turn of events today from Coach Stevens' squad.
Of course, last week, the Eagles playing a very tough game up there in Clovis, 14-10 the final. Eagles actually had a lead there in the fourth quarter. Unfortunately, ran out of timeouts late, about 18 seconds left, got as far down to the red zone as they could, and the clock ran out with the last run by Colton Graham. But unfortunately, one more timeout might have given him one more shot to the end zone.
And, you know, that was the thing. I talked to Coach Stevens before the game, and he said the exact same thing. And he says it's lessons learned. You know, there's little mistakes that they made throughout the game, times they had to burn timeouts and things that they needed to do to get better. And he saw a huge improvement. He was very complimentary of his team, but he wants to see some growth here tonight.
Last week, Colton Graham, 14 of 21 for 114 yards. Did throw one interception, but he scored all points for the team. I mean, they had 10 total. He ran the 36-yard touchdown, kicked the PAT, and then a 20-plus yard field goal, too. So he was the numbers man.
When you have somebody that's that talented, it's such a boon to the team. The nice thing about people like that is they make everybody around them better. And at some point, when everybody starts to focus on him, you'll have to see everybody else rise up so that the team can stay balanced and be more productive.
In the rushing game, he led the squad on the ground, 65 yards. Also, Thompson coming in, too, with 29 yards rushing. Lea County, one of the kids that started in this ball game, really didn't get as much as he was wanting. In fact, he only carried 3 times for 5 yards, and I'm wanting to see that kind of pick up in this game. They're going to need as much running attack as they can because Lovington knows Hobbs likes to pass.
Well, the one thing I know about a Coach Stevens squad is that he likes balance, and he's not going to do anything consistently over the course of the season where people are going to start to key in and tee off on it. So you're going to start seeing a lot more names see reps, and as they build trust and start to to mesh with his plan, you'll start to see a lot of different names come out.
Kind of an embarrassing win for Clovis. They get the 14-10 victory, but only had 82 yards of offense and 7 first downs. Hobbs at 231. So definitely the numbers in the hands of the Hobbs Eagles in terms of stats. But again, the scoreboard is really what determines whether you have a win or loss, right?
Well, there's stats that really play in. Penalties and turnovers are just absolutely huge. And that was one thing Coach Stevens said when he gets that first and goal, and you have a 5-yard penalty to start off, and you start going backwards at first and goal. It negates the previous plays that you did. And those are the kind of mistakes that Hobbs wants to eliminate tonight.
Pretty good defensive performance for the Eagles last week. Webkowski, who's that UNM signee, the running back for Clovis, held to 31 rushing yards and really didn't have really much of a breakout run. In fact, I don't think he had a double-digit run the whole game.
And he's a very talented kid. You don't get a D1 scholarship for doing nothing. And it just talks about how far that defense has come this year. And I think that's going to be what carries us this season as we go forward. You have a solid defense, you can go a long way with it.
Receiving core leading them, Frosto had 6 catches for 58 yards. Hedrick 4 for 33. A couple of their guys, Trevino and Thompson, had a few catches apiece. I think they want to get those numbers at least doubled in terms of the passing game. And, of course, Clovis kind of screeching back into that contest. Hobbs got the big field goal and got the lead in this game. But then, of course, Clovis comes back late and gets the victory in the fourth quarter. So definitely one Hobbs could have had in their pocket if they could have just had that timeout to finish it up there. But unfortunately, it didn't go that way. Clovis had won the last 19 of 20 games prior to that one, so they really had Hobbs' number up until that point, but Eagles just barely losing that one on the road. But a big win for Lovington last week, 54-20 over Ruidoso.
Certainly, when you're playing, competition that's not as tough as Hobbs is what I'm going to say here. It doesn't really give you a good barometer of what we're going to see tonight. Ruidoso does not have the weapons that Hobbs has, nor does it have the speed. It was very obvious in the film that I saw that Lovington had a big advantage in both size and speed over Ruidoso. And I think it'll be a different tale tonight. I think we're going to have ourselves a good ball game on hand, and I think it's going to be exciting to watch. And you love those rivalry games. That's what you really want to play for when you suit it up. You really want to beat your rivals.
They had a nice 1-2 combination last week against Ruidoso. Jared Jeffrey, the quarterback, 11 of 21 for 230 yards. Big hookups all over the place to Tate and Hilliard, who came down with 3 touchdown receptions. So he definitely was doing the job. 5 catches, 127 yards. So those two guys, you got to keep your radar on them on defense.
They like to throw the ball deep, but it's going to be tricky tonight. There's a lot of wind. We're dealing with about a 25-mile-per-hour wind out of the southeast. And that's going to make it really tricky to throw that deep ball because you throw it against the wind, it's going to bring it back into the defender's hands if you've got somebody in your hip pocket, and it's going to carry on you when you try to throw deep when the wind's at your back. So they're going to have to do short routes, and that's not what I saw in film. They really like to go over the top, and they like to go for the touchdown toss.
Wildcats getting 105 yards on the ground in the rushing game, and running back Marcus Rodriguez getting 2 rushing touchdowns himself, a big one for 24 yards. So he's definitely a guy we have to watch. The Eagles D has to watch as well. Isaac Henson catching a touchdown pass in that one. But they did have Jared Jeffrey go down in the second half of that ball game. Carlos Aranda steps onto the field, and he throws a 7-yard pass to Javier Corrales for a touchdown.
Yeah, that's a lot of times when you have system quarterbacks like that, it's just plug and play, and it looks like they did a pretty good job of doing just that.
Now, last year, lots of yards between the two teams. It was a 26-0 win for Lovington. 663 yards of total offense, 363 for the Wildcats, 300 for the Eagles. Lovington 267 in the pass game, Hobbs at 216. But one big difference is a new quarterback for Lovington. So Jeffrey is the guy that they're going with this year. So really, the numbers that you have for Lovington are from a guy from last year. But this Jeffrey has been doing a great job so far. The rushing department, pretty kind of close and even. Lovington had 96 yards on the ground and Hobbs at 84. We should mention Colton Graham did play in this game last year, 9 of 17 for 143. The problem was he threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah, and I think turnovers are going to be the key to this game today because, they can really turn this into a track meet. I think both teams have the ability to score. It's going to be who keeps those turnovers down and who makes smart decisions on the field and keeps those penalties down as well.
Series 79 games between these two squads since 1931. Hobbs with the record of 52-27. Again, I'd like to thank Jason Farmer giving us those numbers from the Hobbs News Sun. Lovington did snap the 7-game losing streak last year, so those numbers I'm sure players aren't really focusing on, but this is a rival game. They want the W, right?
They don't care about the numbers. The only time they care about the numbers is after the game's over. Right now, they're looking across there, and they're licking their chops, and all they want to do is start putting a little bit of metal on each other.
We're going to see if the rain will hold off here at Watson Stadium. So far, so good. Nice breeze coming through. Hobbs and Lovington live on a lot of places. Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com. Also on YouTube on the Cool 95.7 app. We'll take a 90-second break and come back more with the pregame show. Ty Friend and Brian Coltrane live for you.
Clear. Brian, turn yourself up just a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. $30.
We'll keep the anthem on, so we'll be live with the anthem.
So you want to go in 15?
Yes.
Okay. Coming back in 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Watson Stadium, getting ready for the national anthem. Hobbs versus Lovington, the Battle of Lea County, as we get ready for the anthem live.
Can you pause 10 seconds for station identification?
Welcome back to Watson Stadium. The national anthem is played. Both teams are on the field, and we're getting ready for first half action here between your Hobbs Eagles and the Lovington Wildcats. Ty Friend and Brian Coltrane here on the broadcast tonight, and this is going to be a rival game, boy. I think we're ready for this one, aren't we, Ty?
Yeah, we definitely are. And, of course, we finally got the stadium opened up. The Lea County is now in the green, so that means a lot more fans can be here for this contest and enjoy the game as well. Fans from Lovington and fans from Hobbs, I'm sure, both listening to us tonight for this game. Again, we're coming to you from lots of different venues, HobbsAmerica.com, Coal 95.7 the radio, Coal 95.7 app, YouTube, video and audio coming to you for the whole ball game. So it should be an exciting one here. Of course, we mentioned the quarterbacks, Jared Jeffrey for the Lovington Wildcats, and, of course, Colton Graham. And I know last week I kept mixing his first name up with his brother's first name, who I used to teach in class there at Hobbs High School, so I do apologize for that. I know some of my buddies caught me with a text during the game, at least at the end of the game, too late for me to make the correction. But they were brothers, so I got part of that right, the last name. But and I guess, Brian, you'll just punch me if it happens in this one, right?
Hopefully I'm smart enough to catch it there, Ty.
Yeah, we might have a rival going on here in the booth. But So right now they're trying to get everything set up. Hobbs will be wearing the black uniforms, white numbers, black helmets, black pants. And over on the other side, it's the Lovington Wildcats in the white uniforms and the blue numbers, or white pants, I should say. So pretty much what you expected here. Notice down on the sideline, they've got those brand new down markers that are actually digital on that sideline over there on the other side there, Brian.
That is tight. I mean, when you do things with first class, and Hobbs Schools does everything first class, it looks nice. Let me go ahead and pan over here. For those of you watching on the live stream, you can see the digital markers. It's beautiful. You have no problem knowing what down it is, and quality facilities here in Hobbs for sure.
Last week, the Eagles getting some great help on defense. Of course, a couple of guys improving and getting better as the game moved along. Josh Miller, the linebacker, with a total of 9 tackles to lead the squad in that close loss in the game. Also, Braden Strickland, the cornerback, the senior, he had 7 tackles in the contest. Argott, who we were mentioning quite a bit last week with his first action as a starter, he had 8 tackles. So those guys really getting together. The team as a whole had 50. But the individually, you want guys swarm tackling as much as you can. That's what most coaches are going to tell you. But where you get the tackle doesn't matter. But they've had to try to make up for some of the losses of some of the players that they don't have this year. In fact, last year, if you take a look at the tackle numbers, that big-time linebacker, Roe Forrest, he had 20 tackles against Lovington last year, and most of those were solos. So they're trying to fill his shoes in that linebacking core.
Well, you know, it's sad to lose somebody that gives you that many tackles. You just kind of expect the next person to do their job. And when you have one person that does it well, usually the person that comes up next has been learning and watching and playing under that person, and they tend to do the same thing. You don't usually have a huge drop-off in position because once you teach a position, it tends to filter all the way down through your program.
And, of course, Lovington had a ton of people involved in their game last week. Areola had 20 tackles to lead the team, 15 for Alexander, 12 for Trammell, albeit with a big win, almost a mercy rule win by 34 points. So definitely a good way to start the season against Ruidoso. Hobbs will be kicking off from the 40-yard line, again wearing the black uniforms. And going back deep, a couple for the Lovington Wildcats, 2 back around the 10-yard line. Ready for some football, game number 2 of this abbreviated season. As we're getting ready to get underway, winds might be a little bit of a situation here. We'll have to wait and see. I don't see any flag movement much. I don't think there's any flags up tonight, is there, except for on the video board?
We got the United States flag going, and it's probably 20 to 30 miles per hour from the southeast.
So the kick coming from the 40-yard line is going to be end over end, and it's going to go midway or to the back of the end zone, actually, for the automatic touchback. So that's where Lovington will get going from the 20-yard line to get this thing started. As we get underway, the Battle of Lea County, Ty Friend and Brian Coltrane live on the internet, the radio, etc. So Jared Jeffrey will step up as the quarterback. He's going to have Marcus Rodriguez, the running back, Tate Hilliard, the big go-to man in the receiving corps last week.
I think right now the first thing they're going to do is come out and test the secondary. They knew what they could throw against Ruidoso, and they enjoyed doing that. They're probably going to test us pretty early to see what we're going to do.
Wildcats will send receiver left, 2 to the right side. A single setback and a slot right. Shotgun to Jeffrey. Hands it off, fumbled in the backfield already. And a pile up behind the line of scrimmage. I'm not sure if he got back or not. Marcus Rodriguez, it looked like he was thrown a little bit ahead of him that time on the angle right. And he's going to go back for a 2-yard loss, it looks like, on the first play.
And, that's the thing. On that exchange, it looked like he reached for the ball from the quarterback. He didn't let the quarterback stick it in his belly. He wanted that ball early. And I think you saw a lot of black jerseys pouring through the line there. And he was kind of skittish to get the ball.
Second down and 12 from the 18. They'll hand it off around the right end to Rodriguez, stretching it out to the far sideline to the 20. Gets back some of the negative yards he had before, and maybe about a yard across the line of scrimmage. So a gain of, looks like 4 on the play, barely.
The defensive end on that far side did a great job stringing it out. And that was one of the things that he made him get all the way to the sidelines before he cut up. And he probably prevented a much bigger run because if he'd have cut up early, he had a lot of room.
Yeah, definitely got to help yourselves out there on that end. And getting out there first was Dalian Pelsier for the Eagles. Back to pass. Jeffrey with the pump fake. Jumps and lost the ball. Caught it himself. I've never seen that done before. Did he hit a defender on the line or what? It looks like it was deflected around the 25. Or is that a trick play of some sort? It looked like too polished to me.
He had his arm kind of at his. He started to throw, and he didn't quite have his hand on the ball. He was looking at a receiver on the far side that was running a post route, and I think that's who it was intended target was, and it just never got there.
You count that as a pass or a reception?
It is a pass and a reception. You count it as both.
Yep. So 1 for 1 in the passing game. to himself that time, but it's shy of the first down by 1. 4th down and 1 from the 29. Never have seen that happen before. I've seen deflected going off to a receiver, but not in that situation. I think maybe somebody got a piece of it from behind. Trips right, receiver left. Single setback is Rodriguez back to the 20. They're looking to their sideline to get the last-second call from Coach Gonzalez. Man in motion from left to right. And taking around the left end is the quarterback, and he's going to dive forward, Jared Jeffrey, as he'll get enough for the first down plus. 3 yards on the pickup, and the chains will move.
And, that was they lined up in a punt formation there, and they were just intended to fake punt the whole way. The up back was just slightly off. They direct snapped it to that up back. I believe it was number 33 for Lovington on the carry there.
First down and 10. They'll have it at the 33.5-yard line. Twins left, receiver right, slot right, a single setback again, Rodriguez. Fakes the handoff and takes it himself. I think there was a miscommunication in the backfield. He tried to hand it right, or left, and the running back heads to the right on the angle, but he might have got enough for the back to the line of scrimmage, barely.
And the running back went to the right, and Jared Jeffrey just turned to the left looking for him, so either Jeffrey or the running back had the play wrong there.
Looks like Lovington will send out one of their backers now for a substitution. That's going to be Trace Areola. So 2nd down and 10 now from the 34-yard line, middle of the field. As they'll send 2 receivers left and 2 to the right side. Make it trips right now. By himself is Jeffrey in the backfield. Takes a man in motion left to right. That's the running back. Heads out around the left end of the 35, 40, and gets up in it through the knees that time. And that's going to be a 8-yard pickup for the quarterback.
Adonis Bryan, the cornerback, shed his block over there and come up and make the play. And if Bryan hadn't have done that, he had a long way to run.
3rd down and 2 now at the 42-yard line on the left hash, and looks like they were pretty happy about going around those ends when they get the blocks they need.
Yeah, and we got to do a better job of letting the linebackers flow. They kind of got caught up in the mess there because our line got driven back.
3rd down and 2, Twins right, 2 receivers left. Got a whistle before the snap, and I think they might have gotten a flag down on that far side. No, it's a timeout on the play, so we are still scoreless. First quarter action, 8:29 remaining. Hobbs and Lovington tied at 0. We'll be back in 30 seconds on Cool 95.7 and on YouTube on the internet.
Clear. Ten. 5, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Back to Watson Stadium. Ty friend Brian Coltrane with you. A 3rd down, about 1.5 yards for the Wildcats. They called the timeout. Want to make sure they get this first down at the 40. Need to get to about the 43.5-yard line for the first. But what do you expect to see the Eagles come out defensively on a short gain here?
I think at this point, they've shown that they want to run for the first down. I'd do a little run blitz. I'd start hitting the gaps, maybe go man up on the outside. We got to start forcing them to try to throw, especially with the wind.
3rd down, a little over 1 yard to go from the 42-yard line. Twins right, Twins left for the Wildcats. So bring a man in motion to the left side for some blocking help. It's going to be a quarterback keeper up the gut. He goes right up across the 40, 45, and gets piled up. He will get the first down. That will be about 3 yards for the quarterback, Jared Jeffrey. And he's not scared to take it up into the hole where he can get some open room.
And, they did call the run blitz there. They got into the backfield, but the blitzers didn't break down. They kept coming forward, and all it did was fall for a fake instead of breaking down and making the quarterback run laterally.
Defensive end Trey Jett with the wrap up there. 1st and 10 from the 45, the second first down of the game. Trips right, 2 receivers left. Throw with the little curl route, caught at the 45. And ball, a helmet came off. Thought it was a football that hit the turf, but it was a helmet of a Hobbs Eagle. Unfortunately, that means somebody's going to have to take a seat here, as you can't have that pop off, or it's a 1 yard departure or one play departure.
Yeah, Braden Strickland was the one that lost his helmet there. But he's the one that also made the tackle, but the second tackler that got there kind of popped it off of him.
Wildcats 2 for 2. That reception was complete to Hilliard for his first catch of the ball game, but only 1 yard pickup. 2nd down and 9 from the 46. Shotgun, 2-step drop for Jeffrey. Throws the curl again, this time close to the 50, but boy, what a drill by the Hobbs Eagle defender.
Yeah, that looked like Hunter Wright coming up to put the stick on. He's the one that just entered the game, I think, for Braden Strickland.
So Hunter getting his first tackle of the ball game, and that was a helmet right into the middle of the numbers in the front that time.
And Strickland came back in the game immediately there. He was only out for one play.
Jeffrey 3 for 3 for 8 yards in the passing department. 3rd down and 7 now from the 48-yard line. Still on the defensive side for the Wildcats in terms of where they're at. Twins left and right. High snap. Fake the handoff. Back to pass. The out route to the 45 in Hobbs territory. Down to the 40 for the first down. And that'll be a 12-yard pickup, as making the completion for the Wildcats is Javier Corrales. So 12 yards on that one to move the chains. 3rd first down for the Wildcats. Still perfect. 4 for 4 in the passing game.
Isaiah Montes on the tackle there, but our coverage didn't get over there quick enough, and he had a lot of room to make that catch. There was no pressure.
Twins left and right. 1st down and 10 from the Hobbs Eagle 40. Left hash, shotgun Jeffrey. Give it off to his running back, and he just gets stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Got kind of hunched down before he kind of pushed off on that line. Marcus Rodriguez not going to get much there if he gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Well, he hunched down because he saw a bunch of black jerseys coming through.
Aldo Argot, the linebacker, he's the one that got there first. Loss of, looks like 2 on the play, maybe a yard and a half. But Rodriguez would like to have that one back.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to see the game last week, but I'm very impressed with the run defense. This is the best run defense I've seen in Hobbs in a long time.
They got big guys, but they like to move around a little bit. That's very critical to their defense. 2nd down and 12 now from the 41-yard line. Man in motion is the running back that'll flip around to the right side as Rodriguez going to stretch it out, spins at the 40, and he'll be taken down at the line of scrimmage. Try to kind of leap over some guys as he did a helicopter look there. Eagles not going to be going high on him. Keep it low towards the waist and make sure that he doesn't go further than that. And it looks like the first initial hit for Hobbs was Seth Blakely.
And I saw number 24 in there. I can't find him on my roster. I'm not certain who that is.
Might have been 34. I think it was Blakely.
Was it Blakely?
Yeah. So 1 yard gain. That was it. 1 for Rodriguez. 3rd down and 10 from the 40. Shotgun by himself is Jeffrey. Back to pass. 3-step drop. Steps up in the pocket. Rolls to the 40, 35, and is dropped about a yard and a half short of the first down. He's going to get about 8 on the play, down to the 32, middle of the football field.
And Jeffrey showed no patience back there. He was looking to run the whole time. He dropped the ball as soon as he planted his back foot when he was supposed to be looking downfield. He dropped the ball and was looking for the hole that he wanted to run through.
Another wrap-up for Aldo Argot, 2nd tackle of the game. 4th down and 2 now for the Wildcats at the Eagle 32-yard line. Trips right, 2 receivers left, and Jeffrey by his lonesome in the backfield for the shotgun. Hard snap count to try to get a jump by the D, but not going to bite on it. Quick curl route at the 30 by the running back to come back and catch it. Rodriguez, he's close to the first down. Looks like he just barely gets it, +1. 3-yard pickup on that curl on the left hash.
Yeah, that was probably the best design play that they could run right there.
That'll be the 4th first down as the Wildcats go 5 for 5 in the passing game for 23 yards so far. And that chain will move to the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 on the left hash. Trips left, receiver right. Single setback behind Jeffrey is Rodriguez. Little handoff up the middle. Gets kind of tripped up and backpedals forward a little bit to the left side of the field. He's going to get about 2 just on the second effort that time.
And again, as he started to come to the line, he saw black jerseys coming through, so he tried to find anything he could. Tried to sidestep, just nowhere to go.
Not much on that one. A yard pickup for Rodriguez. He's had 5 carries so far for 2 yards. So pretty much small stuff for him. 2nd down and 9 now for the Wildcats at the Eagle 28 on the left hash. Twins left with a slot man. They're going to fake the handout, back to pass. Jeffrey rolls right, throws the out route to the 20 right side. Breaking a tackle, and that will be a first down pickup. 9 yards for the first at the 19.
And we're playing a lot of cover 2 here. And what they're doing is they're just finding kind of the middle gap in that cover 2 and just coming across the middle on the delay routes.
And that's going to be a completion for Trace Areola for his first catch for 9 yards. That will move the chains again. 5th of the game, 6 for 6 in the passing department for the Wildcats. Consistently moving the football now at the Hobbs Eagle 19-yard line, 1st and 10. Twins left and right. Shotgun for Jeffrey, brings the man in motion left to right. Fake the pitch and then hand off instead around the right end. And there's the RB Rodriguez to the far side trying to stretch it out. Stays in bounds at about the 17. Another 2-yard pickup for him near the chains on the right side.
And again, right now, run defense is solid. We just got to figure out how to stop the passing.
And getting over there, Braden Strickland, the cornerback's the one to step up for the tackle. One of the team leaders last week. He had 6 tackles to head up the secondary. Brings up a 2nd down and 8. Now at the 16-yard line Wildcat football, trips left, receiver right. Here in the first quarter, shotgun to Jeffrey, 3-step drop, back to the 25, throws a long out route, caught at the goal line into the end zone for the touchdown. That'll be a 17-yard reception and just kind of waiting for it, middle of the field of the end zone, and a score early for the Wildcats.
You know, and the same thing, we're in a cover 2. That delayed route come across the middle, they're finding the seams. A nice throw there from the quarterback, Jeffrey.
I believe that was on the reception, Tate Hilliard, so 17 yards for him. We'll double check on that number here in just a second as we wait the PAT. The kick going to be coming from Lucas Contreras. A little bit of a delay now. Kind of wonder if maybe Lovington didn't have holder. I wonder if they don't have enough people out on the field there. They look like they were looking to the sideline. Now the guy that was at the line, he's going to come back to hold. So he heard you up here, Coach. High snap, though, put down. Kick is up for Contreras. And it's going to be just inside the left upright. So the Wildcats on the board first. They lead 7-0. 1:49 remaining in the first quarter. Ran a lot of time off the clock. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Hobbs Eagle Network.
Brian, once again, just get your levels up just a little bit. $30. Back in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Watson Field. 7-0 your score. The Lovington Wildcats lead the Hobbs Eagles, and Lovington set to kick off here with 1:49 left to play in the first quarter. And Lovington, that was a long drive. I mean, you saw them start at their own 20, and it was a long, sustained drive. Took most of the quarter, and Hobbs Eagles hadn't even seen the ball yet in the game, and we were at 1:49 left in the first quarter. So that was about as good as a drive as Lovington could have if they're trying to do ball control right there.
That was Adam Aguilera, the touchdown for the Lovington Wildcats. Got a little miscue on the number, but that was a 17-yard reception. So Aguilera getting his first catch of the game and 7 points to go along with it. A big one to start for him. Ready for the kickoff. Lovington from their 40, going from right to left. And here is the kick. It's a long one, sidewinder, going to be caught at the 17-yard line. Little starburst action, a big scrum pile at the 20, and the Wildcats not going to bite too much. They stayed right there, and of course Artesia known for doing that quite a bit. The return man for the Eagles was Adonis Bryan, but boy, they just kind of waited their ground there and just hugged him and put him down, maybe about a half a yard return.
And it's one of those things. The starburst is wonderful when it's a deep kick and you have time to set up. But in the wind there, it kind of made you catch it short. And the guy holding the ball almost got hit before he actually got to hand it off.
Boy, the Eagles getting their first possession with 1:36 left here in this first quarter. They trail 7-0. Trips left, receiver right. At the 17, actually put it at the 20-yard line. Shotgun for Colton Graham. He gives a handoff around the left end, stretching it out for the Eagles, Isaiah Lecone. He's heading to that far sideline and gets close to the out of bounds. We'll see if he got out or not. That's going to be a 4-yard pickup as Lecone will start off the running game for the Eagles.
And, you know, Lovington actually played the ball correctly. Lecone just had a little bit more speed, and he was able to get that corner. Lovington was coming straight down the line. They didn't get upfield. Lecone just found a way to do it with athleticism.
He had pretty quiet game last week, only single digits in the running contest there. 2nd down and 6 from the Eagle 24. Make it the 25 now. Trips left, receivers 2 to the right. Shotgun back to pass. Graham, 2-step drop, fires down the middle on the fade, and it goes over the top of the receiver intended for Demetrius Frosto. Got kind of between 2 of the secondary deeps back there, but ball was thrown a little bit too low for him.
And there's that wind at your back. It kind of carried on him. And he was open. You know, he had the route, and it was a nice little seam route that kind of went between the 2 safeties.
3rd down and a long 6 for the Eagles. Clock is stopped with the incomplete pass with 58 seconds. Boy, did Lovington tear up a lot of that clock early on.
Oh, yeah. It was the kind of drive that they wanted to start the game with. They did everything that they needed to do to get the ball down the field.
3rd down and 7 from the 25. Twins right and left. Rolling right is Colton Graham. Scrambling away from the pressure at the 20. Angles right to the 25 and slides home. Boy, he got hit after he slid to the turf. That was close to being a late hit on the Wildcats. And all that lateral running gets him about 3 yards, but that's going to be well short of the first down by about 4.5.
And it looks like it's going to be a 3-and-out here for us on the first possession.
Boy, he almost got the penalty from the Lovington Wildcat that hit him as he slid. That was Alexander Trammell, the nose guard. That would have been a 15-yarder.
And, Trammell's built like a very big man, and sometimes you can't stop a bus on a dime.
Yeah, he's a big, big kid. That is for sure. So definitely don't want to get in front of him. He's 6 foot, 265. Hobbs in the punt situation. They had a couple of bad snaps last week in punt, giving Kovalovas a lot of great room to kick. And a bad snap. He fumbles it, and it kicks it low. It rolls to the 40 of Lovington. But that left his foot. I don't know if it got off his foot wrong or he just got the ball jammed up in there or something. But I don't know what the heck came. He had those 2 high snaps against Clovis that gave Clovis real good field position. One of those led to a score.
And when he extended the ball out on there to try to drop it down, it kind of went too far. And you see him kind of stutter forward, and he caught the ball just as it almost hit the ground. So it almost looked like a drop kick.
So Lovington will have the second possession of the ball game. As we're going to get you back here on the timeline connection as we're going to get back here just momentarily. Give us just a second.
And, right now, the Hobbs Eagles defense needs to come through. They're already down 7-0. Lovington can show them they can eat as much clock as they want. We need to get a stop right here in this possession.
1st down and 10 from the 41-yard line. Shotgun. Jeffrey back to pass with twins on both sides. He's going to put a fade over the far sideline. Leaping, attempted a catch at the Eagle 34 on that far right sideline, but it's going to go off the receiver, and the buzzer's going to sound as well. Pass was intended for Tatum Hilliard. He's 6 foot 175, but that will eat the clock up, and that will be the end of the first quarter. Lovington with the first score of the game. They'll hold on to a 7-0 lead. We'll take a 60-second break and come back on Cool 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com, also YouTube.com, and whoever else is covering us tonight.
Clear.
Are my levels better?
Yeah, they're getting better. I'm just trying to get you even with Ty.
How about now?
Well, it's hard to tell because you're on the cue, so it doesn't matter on the cue. But if you raised it up, then I believe it's going to be right.
That was a 60.
Yes, it was. Back in 20. Ten. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Back at Watson Stadium, Ty friend Brian Coltrane. Round number 2, or should we say quarter number 2, of the Battle of Lea County, Hobbs and Lovington. Wildcat football after an incomplete pass to start the second quarter now. 2nd and 10 from the 41. Twins left, receiver right, a slot right as well. Shotgun. Jeffrey with a low crouch, makes the hand out, back to pass off the back pedal, and then he tries to dump it in the left flat, but miscommunication with his back over there, and that was intended for the Wildcats, but not connected. Trace Areola, that was thrown right in the turf that time.
And a great job by Blake Hensley. Hensley's kind of the defensive end on that far side over there, and he sniffed it out and saw what they were trying to run it on that little inside screen, and he just come straight down the line and defended it well.
That's his second incomplete pass in a row for the Wildcats. They're 7 of 9 now. Trips left, receiver right, 3rd and 10 from the 41. Back to pass for Jeffrey. Double clutch. He's going to roll right instead. Going to throw it on the run. High one over the top of the 50-yard line and over the outstretched hands of his antenna receiver. Looks like he was dragging to the near sideline. Could not get the connect to Adam Aguilera for the incomplete. So Lovington kind of hitting a dry spell in the passing game in the last 3 plays.
And it's forcing them to pass right now and then making those adjustments on the defensive side where we're actually tightening up the coverage. That's what you want to see here.
Total right now of 49 yards in the passing game on 7 completions for the Wildcats, but this is going to be their first punt situation of the contest on a 4th down and 10 from their own 41. They lead 7-0 over the Eagles. A lot of delay on this setup And their kick will be made from the 36-yard line, a high one for the Wildcats. That's Adam Aguilera. Takes a bounce at the 34. Let's see, they're not going to mark it down at the 31-yard line. So the Eagles, not the worst field position, but they're going to get an opportunity to get this second possession going.
And they are going to start at the 34. You called it right the first time. The referee couldn't get through the crowd there.
Hey, that could be a penalty, too, because if you block his work up and down that sideline, the bench could get a penalty flag for that. So they'll give you a warning first, usually.
I think it was after the play, and they were subbing players in and out, and they were trying to huddle up. I don't think there was an intentional impediment, which is what I think they usually call for that.
So one punt for each team. Hobbs will have their second possession. They gave up over 10 minutes of offense to Lovington in that first quarter alone. Eagles with twins right and left. Shotgun for Graham. He takes his time and looks like some rush coming from the left side of the line. Going to fake the handoff one way, go to the left, up the middle, to the 40, 45, 50, and dragging people with them for the Hobbs Eagles. That will be a 18-yard pickup for the Eagles, as that will move the chains for Hobbs.
Corbin Thompson did a great job there seeing the first cut. You know, once you get through the hole, that reading that secondary is what you need to do. And a lot of players don't know when to make that cut.
First down for the Eagles at the Wildcat 48, middle of the field now. Twins right and left. Shotgun again for Graham. Back to pass on a one-step drop with a quick slant to the 40 and a completion. Going to be about an 8-yard pickup that time. So Hobbs starting to light it up just a bit as we try to get that number coming down here.
Looks like 82.
Yeah, 82, which is one of the receivers, Easton Kirkendall, and he's going to get 8 on that one. His first catch of the ball game. Hobbs now 1 of 2 for 8.
And Kirkendall did a great job going up for that one. The throw was not really in stride. He actually had to reach up above his head for it.
Second down and 2 now from the 41. Split formation backfield, twins right, receiver left, handoff around the left end, stumbling, and the Wildcats snipping it out, but to actually kind of throw him ahead a little bit. That is Thompson angling left to the left hash, but he might have got to the 40, which is about a half a yard gain.
I'd come right back to that again. I mean, Lovington caught us with a run blitz. They'd be kind of risky to run it 2 plays in a row.
Third down and 1 at the 40-yard line. It's going to be very close here, and if Hobbs doesn't get it, do you think they're going to go for it?
Absolutely. We're in 2-down territory.
On the left hash, split formation backfield, twins right, receiver left, shotgun for Graham. Kind of bends down low, gives it Thompson, angling right this time, close to the 40. He's not going to make it. He's going to go back to that line of scrimmage again, and the pile coming hard. And leading the forces for the Wildcats that time to put up the wall was Craig Alexander, the defensive end.
And then now that they've seen that twice in a row, you fake that and you come across with an RPO or you flip it out on a little bubble.
Boy, they even give him a drop on that one, a loss of 1 back to the 41-yard line. So it's going to be a 4th and 2 now for the Eagles. I would expect a hard snap count here to try to get an offside penalty first.
That certainly wouldn't hurt. You got plenty of timeouts to burn. 9:33 here in the second. It wouldn't hurt to do that.
Pair of receivers both sides. Shotgun for Colton Graham, waiting for the snap. Takes a hard one. Going to hand the football off up the middle, and the Eagles going to get the first down and then some. They needed 2, going to get about 6 on the play. Straight up the gut that time to solve the gap, and in the hands of Demetrius Frosto.
And one thing I want to say about the way he carried that ball that was impressive, he had 2 hands on it from the get-go. He knew he was going to have contact, and he kind of did like Emmitt Smith there. He just kind of shuffled through the contact, letting him get not a clean hit on him, a side hit, so he can carry forward for the first down.
I'm sure he liked the connection that you made with an NFL great pro like you just mentioned.
And, that was the thing about Emmitt. He wasn't the fastest man on the field, but he knew how to take the angles that he get more yards for everything he did.
That was the second first down for the Eagles. 1st and 10 now from the Lovington 37. Trends right, receiver left. Handoff from right to left. Putting his head down is Thompson and gets that shoulder pad to that left hash as he picks up a couple more yards for the Eagles.
And while we're running right now, we may not be getting the big gains other than that one big Thompson run, but what we're doing is we're setting them up because we're running. Now you can do the play action and pass. And I just saw lightning across town, and that's probably going to put a delay on the game. We're going to see that, and we're going to be shutting down pretty quick here.
Officials should have their little monitor down there, and basically it should be stopping the action. Twins right, Trends left. Man in motion from left to right is Trevino. Going to hand off around the right end to Trevino as he stretches out to the far 35, 30, and there looks like the flag on the block getting him out to the outside there. Would have been close to a first down by maybe a yard short, but looks like this is going to come back off an illegal block over there.
And we're getting a little bit of water from the skies right now, a couple of drops falling down. And you're right about that. Once they realize there's lightning in the area, we're going to have at least a 30-minute delay. And I think the storm front's coming at us So we're probably going to have a longer one than that.
They call the holding penalty around the 30-yard line to the right side hash in front of the Lovington bench. So that's going to be a 10-yard markdown now against the Hobbs Eagles. So erase the positive carry on that play to get you back.
And it was behind the run,
Right.
you know, that was behind the run. And that was the thing. That's once he gets past you, there's no reason to block anymore. It's
also the first penalty of the ball game for either team. Back at the 42 now. Hobbs still in Lovington territory. And again, you kind of wonder when that delay is going to happen here with the Lightning from all over the area. Second down and 15 from the 42. Shotgun for Graham. Delay handoff. No, he's going to take it himself around the right end. Gets a block, 40, 35. Continues to push forward to the 30-yard line to get back some of those penalty yards. And that's going to be, looks like 13, make it 14 for Colton Graham. Not enough for the first down. That's his second run for 17 total. And he'll be shy by about 3 yards, bringing up a third down from the 30.
That's the beauty of Coach Stevens' offense is just when you think the quarterback's not going to be running it, he runs it.
Of course, he was the leading rusher for the Eagles last week against Clovis. Had all 10 points for Hobbs as well. 3rd and 3 from the 30, right hash. Split formation backfield, Twins right, receiver left. Back to pass, Graham on a 3-step drop. Has pressure in the backfield, trying to get himself away, but going to be some sticky hands back there and getting a big wrap up for the sack. Joseph Perez, the outside linebacker.
And he's still on the turf.
That's an 8-yard loss for the Eagles, unfortunately, for Graham.
And, you know, he saw the pressure coming, but the angle that it was coming at, he didn't have a throw out of it, and all he could do there is tuck it.
Clock down to 7:06 left, second quarter. Eagles trail Lovington 7-0. And we've got a stoppage of the action. Are we at the delay opportunity here for the officials and the Lightning?
I'm not certain. I think there may be a timeout on the field.
And looks like teams are leaving the field. Coaches are coming out to talk to the refs. Yep, we got a delay on the field. Lightning delay. We knew it was coming. We didn't know how long it would take, but unfortunately, that's going to be, and every time there's a new bolt within the area, they're going to continue to start that clock on the delay once again. So no rain coming down at this point. You saw a little drop here a second ago, but now we got some lightning going across the sky here on the horizon. So definitely going to be causing some issues here. We will have to take a break. Lovington does lead this one in the second quarter, 7-0 with 7:04 remaining, coming off a touchdown pass in the first quarter to Aguilera from Jeffrey, a 17-yard touchdown throw. So both teams are going to leave to the field house. They're going to have to clear the stands. And what do you got on the radar there?
Looking at the radar, this storm front is coming from the south, and you can see storms all the way down to Pecos, and it's coming almost directly north. I think we're going to have a pretty significant delay here.
Well, the other thing I'm noticing, though, a lot of the yellow and red in that radar is more towards the Texas side. Most of the other stuff is blue and green, which I would think would be more of the precipitation, right? Or you see the red down?
At this time of the year, you have a lot of back-building storms, and what you're going to see is the lightning that we're seeing right now is a buildup. It's just starting to build up, as opposed to we're watching it pass us. So I don't know, just a gut feeling. I tend to be a weather guy.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of the red and gold are basically up near Seagraves and moving north towards Brownfield, and that's moving away from us. But we got all this green and blue. I hope that doesn't mean. Does that blue mean snow there, Brian?
No, it does not. That's just the edge of the storm. But if you look just south of Hobbs, all of a sudden you start to see a little bit of yellow on the radar. That's the buildup. So we're having a storm system that's building up over us, as opposed to coming into us and then dissipating. We're having one that's building up over us now. When that happens, that's usually a significant amount of time before we see it gone.
So it looks like we will have at least a 30-minute delay. We are going to throw it back to the station. Ron Gunner is waiting there for us. So we'll try to get you some score updates. I know Eunice and Jow are playing tonight, probably on a delay as well, as we're pretty much in the same area. 30 minutes on the clock. They will continue to add to that or actually restart the clock if there is more lightning activity. And they're not worried about rain. If there's rain out there, as long as it's not torrential, they will come back and play. But the lightning is what they're worried about. 7-0 Lovington leads. We're going to turn over to Ron Gunner back at the station, get the music playing. We'll take a timeout on YouTube, also on HobbsAmerica.com and Cool 95.7. Ty Friend and Brian Coltrane to come back with you as soon as we can get this game underway.
All right, you're clear.
Okay. I guess we check back with you in a while.
Exactly.
And we're still live on the internet.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and turn our mics down. We are going to be live on the internet for a while. So.
All right, no worries.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Those listening to us on Yahoo, or should I say YouTube.com and HobbsAmerica.com, we do have a lightning delay going on right now. We should have the teams back on the field here in a few minutes. 8:32 is when they're supposed to return to the field. They'll have a 3-minute warm-up. So we'll have the game back on the video portion of this pretty shortly, and we'll go back to radio as well. So once again, on a lightning delay, starting to wrap that up. Teams will return at about 8:32, about a 3-minute practice. About 8:35, hopefully we'll be back underway here in the second quarter. We'll go to full broadcast mode here in just a minute. HobbsAmerica.com, Cool 95.7 radio, and, of course, YouTube.com.
1 minute. $25.
That's going to be a straight shot for us, right?
You're just going to go right into it.
Okay.
10. 5. 3. 2. 1.
Welcome back to Watson Stadium, Ty Friend, as the Hobbs Eagles and the Lovington Wildcats, along with Brian Coltrane, forgot that for a second, but we've been on a lightning delay, and of course that meant 30 minutes of wait time. They're going to have the teams back out on the field momentarily, and they'll get a 3-minute warm-up session as well, and we'll get back into this ball game. 7-0 Battle of Lea County as Lovington leads the Hobbs Eagles. The scoring came in the first quarter off a pass for the Lovington Wildcats. Jared Jeffrey, 17-yard pass connection to Adam Aguilera for the 7-0 lead. That was with about 1:49 left in that first quarter. And, Brian, getting back to that quarter, boy, they controlled all but 1:49 of that first quarter, all offensive possession for the Wildcats.
And, that's what they wanted to come out and do, show that they can run anything they want and move right up the field. Of course, after that, second possession, it didn't happen. Hobbs' defense buckled up, prevented them from moving it up the field. And what we're going to see here now, we're going to try to figure out whether the first possession, the second possession is what's going to define the game.
So far, really, Hobbs mostly in the run game, 38 yards on the ground on 9 carries, and just a pass for 8 yards connected to Kirkendall from Colton Graham. So not a lot going on so far in this game. They did punt once, had a couple of first downs to start their first series, and had a penalty for 10 yards, 1 of 2 in the passing game. Other side of the coin, boy, Lovington now 7 of 10, 70% passing the football with Jared Jeffrey. He's connected so far with 6 receivers, so a lot of different numbers to look at around his offense.
And I really think that when you're starting to spread it out and you're starting to move it around like that, it makes it hard to defend. And, we didn't show the propensity in that first series that we were going to defend things, especially against the pass. But we kind of tightened things up a little bit. And I think now they're going to have to start to try to strike us deep. And that's going to be the question, whether in this wind, this weather, everything else, they can break free of more of a man-to-man coverage with blitzes coming and find the open guy. There's our question for the night. I mean, they're going to adjust. They're going to make changes.
And Jared Jeffrey seems he can move around a little bit, scramble. He's gone around the end a few times, gone up the gut as well. He's got 4 carries for 19 yards, leading the rushing charges. Rodriguez has had a couple of drops in the backfield, not getting the open field that he wanted. His biggest carry is 4 yards at this point on 6 carries. Right now he has a total of 8 yards on the ground. So not a lot going on in the running game, but again, that passing game, total of looks like 48 yards so far, including that 17-yard strike to Aguilera.
I tell you what, when you have an athlete like Jeffries there who could throw that around, run when he needs to, it's hard to defend. It really is. And, a couple of times he just tucked it and went right off the bat. And, we didn't have the angles on him. He's going to get a first down.
Yeah, these two teams, of course, very big rival matchups. Lovington's been a lower divisional team with the Hobbs Eagles, and Hobbs has really had their number for the last 7 or so years, pretty much taking control of this series. But, of course, last year, 26-0 as a coach, you've done quite a few different sports. If a rival team beat you the year before by that much, what's the motivation that next season?
I tell you what, if you're a true competitor, you don't like losing at anything. And those kind of losses burn with you, you know. I can tell you, when you lose to your rival, everybody lets you know. And most towns, you lose to your rival, they don't want you coming back.
What, in terms of those types of situations where a larger divisional team like the Eagles takes on one that's a couple drops down, does that really matter in these real close rival games when you have a lot of good competition out there, or is it one of those things that the Hobbs Eagles never can to get the plus because they're beating a lower division team?
Well, yeah, you know what? I don't think people see that when it's Hobbs versus Lovington. I think they know it's a rivalry. They don't like each other very much, and that's the key. You don't want to lose to them at any cost. And you know, I know Coach Stevens knows that, and he's one of those that has a lot of respect for this rivalry. Now, when you have two teams that are you know, a division apart like this, usually the top the teams from a lower division can keep up with the next division for the most part, except maybe against the top teams of that division. So that's not a huge thing. You know, you'll have years where that lower tier team is going to have your number, but for the most part, you should be dominating them.
Of course, next week the Eagles will be on the road at Carlsbad. That'll be Friday night at 7 o'clock. We'll have that live on all of our different technologies here. We got radio, we got the YouTube coverage, HobbsAmerica.com, so lots of different places to check the game out. I don't think we'll have video, though, next week. We'll have to wait and see about that. The home team gets to make the decision on that, and they do have a company that does do that, I think, for Carlsbad, so that will be available, but our radio coverage will be the lone coverage for our team in that one. We haven't got that for sure yet, but we'll check into that here this week to try to take care of that. Of course, the Hobbs Eagles now back on the field. They were the second team to come out. That's Lovington. They look kind of like Carlsbad if they're blue and white, but they've been warming up for a few minutes. Both teams get a total of 3, and they think this is going to benefit either one of these teams, although Lovington's up 7-0 at this point here in the second quarter.
You know, I think it resets the game completely for you. You know, you may be down 7, but you just got to stop, and now you go in for weather delay. You're coming back out. There's not a huge advantage here. It's not like you're stopping momentum. There wasn't a whole lot of momentum. There's just a 7-point ball game, and you'd already got to stop on them yourself. So at this point, I don't think there's any advantage, but both teams are going to get geared up, and they're ready to smack each other around again.
Now, with the delay to this season, there's over 400 days that these kids weren't playing football up until last week, and with the season kind of in question in terms of the playoffs, if they're going to go with the bowl game type of deal, or a couple of teams going to have a contention for a championship. As a coach, what are your goals in this type of season where you have only 4 games and maybe a playoff if you get that?
Well, your goal is to win every game. You want to come out and treat every game like it's the last one you play. I mean, any coach worth his grain of salt is going to worry about what's in front of him right now. And you're not going to think about next week. You're not going to think about the week after next. You're thinking about what you're doing right now and how to get the most out of your kids on every day. And I'm knowing Coach Stevens the way I do and been around his programs for the last 6-7 years. He is the type of guy that he holds the kids accountable, and he teaches and teaches and teaches. And every moment, he's living in that moment. He's not living in the future. He's not living in the past. It's what we're doing right now. How do we get this right, and how do we move forward?
We are here in the second quarter after a lightning delay. It's 7-0 to score. As about a minute left in the warm-up period. What do you think Coach Stevens had to say about getting back in the contest? It's only a 7-point deficit, but so far maybe Jeffrey getting a little bit too much movement in the pocket, and some of these receivers starting to get open a bit.
I'm pretty sure he's telling the defense to break down, because a lot of the runs that he's getting out of the pockets is because we're coming at him and we're not breaking down as we arrive. We're coming at him and trying to get the kill shot. If we'd break down, he wouldn't have anywhere to go, and you'd buy the time for everybody else to get there to wrap him up. And that's a big thing to do. Now, we're doing a great job of that when it's the run game. When they're coming down the line, we're breaking down, we're chasing them, and instead of vertically, we're chasing them laterally, and we're making them go to the sidelines to where everybody else can get there and help. We need to do that when we're doing a pass rush, too. We need to break down and make sure that he doesn't get out of the pocket and get rolling.
Looks like we're going to get ready to start this game. We'll take a final 30-second break. Hobbs and Lovington live. 7-0 Wildcats. Stay with us.
Clear.
Are we going, Ron?
No, I ended up, sorry, I had a minute.
Okay, we got to go. We're come out of it now. We're going.
All right. 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Watson Stadium. We're back to live action. The Hobbs Eagles facing a 4th down and 12 from the Lovington 39-yard line. Shotgun for the quarterback as he's getting ready to take this one. Colton Graham, we got a stoppage now as the Whitecap from behind the play is going to stop the action and looking around to get some help here from another official. What happened down there?
Looks like Thompson jumped a little early. He was in his stance in the backfield. He fell forward at the start of the play, so we're going to get motion.
No, they're going to move it forward, though.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's going to be a 5-yard penalty. So it was a 4th and 12. Now it's a 4th and 7. So I'm not sure what they got on that one. Official's not going to re-signal for us.
Maybe Thompson fell forward when they jumped.
That's the first penalty against Lovington. Make it a little bit better for the Eagles offense now at the 4th down and 8 from the 34. Back to the shotgun. Goes Graham. Trips left. Receiver right. Back to pass. 3-step drop in the right hash. He turns and fires down the right side of the field on a little comeback route over the top of the intended receiver at about the 11. It will be incomplete. So the Hobbs Eagles did go for it on 4th down. That's their first turnover on downs. And looked like the receiver for the Eagles might have hit the turf before he had a chance to get up to his high extension. That was Demetrius Frosto on that right hash about the 11.
And he had him open there. It was a pretty dangerous throw in the end because when that ball sails like that and you have that many defenders in the area, somebody's going to usually pick it off.
Eagles just 1 of 3 in the passing game for 8 yards. And that was their first turnover on downs. They've had 1 punt in this first half. Lovington Wildcats will take over. They lead 7-0 here in the second quarter with 6:52 remaining. That was such a fast-moving first quarter. Then we got the lightning delay for 30+. Twins right, receiver left. Going to a shotgun with the slot left. Going to go with the handoff and stutter step out to the right side. The Eagles going to meet the backer in the backfield, and going down hard for the Wildcats is Rodriguez. Not getting much on that one. It's some great pursuit coming from all over the place.
And a great job on the defensive line again there by the defensive end, number 90. That is Blake Hensley. He was saw the pulling guards coming at him, and all he did was come down and barrel roll them, and they couldn't get it out on the linebackers at all. Allowed the linebackers to get there and make the tackle.
That's a 3rd rush for a loss for Rodriguez. 2nd down and 11 from the 34 right hash. Man in motion right to left. Trips right now. Back to pass. Jeffrey's going to throw it the comeback route to the far side left to the 35, but that's back maybe a little bit across the original line of scrimmage, so not much going on there, but a reception nonetheless for the Wildcats.
One thing I really like to say about the Hobbs defense right now is we haven't said anything about a missed tackle.
That's definitely the case. And the Lovington catch by Isaac Henson just for a yard gain on the play. That's going to be 8 for 11 in the passing game for the Lovington Wildcats. In fact, now that's the 7th receiver that has caught a pass for the Wildcats. 3rd down and 8 now from the 36. Twins right and left, man in motion left to right. Shotgun, Jeffrey with a 3-step drop back at the 28. Fires down the middle. A little curl route at the 45, and I think he heard some footsteps in and out of the hands of the intended receiver for the Wildcats, Marcus Rodriguez, the running back, and I think he felt somebody in that deep secondary might have taken his head off after a catch.
Maybe so, and actually there wasn't anybody within about 3 feet of him. He had plenty of room to actually make the catch and actually make a move, but he didn't see the ball into his body.
So incomplete, 4th down and 8. Lovington looks like they're in the punt situation here. They do have 3 receivers on the right side. Hobbs has 6 across in the linebacking core. The ball is a bad snap high. They're going to have to take it out and try to run to the round the right end. That's Adam Aguilera to the near sideline as he gets out of bounds. That will not be enough for the first down, but a bad snap high, maybe a little water on the ball too might have made it even worse. See how much they're going to give him on this one. He gets out about the 41-yard line, so it's going to be a 6-yard pickup, but it won't be enough by at least 5 yards. So a 6-yarder is not going to do it for the Wildcats.
So nice little turnover on downs, 3 and out, actually 4 and out if they're going to go for it. But I think that was a punt formation. They've been running the punts out of that exact same formation, so they can either fake the punt or go for it in such short time.
First turnover on downs for the Wildcats. Eagle football, 1st and 10 for the Wildcat 41. Back to pass. Colton Graham throws it to the right flat. A catch is made at the line of scrimmage, and Graham got hit probably late. He was smothered hard as he unloaded the football, and I think that's going to be a late hit, roughing the passer call there.
Yeah, the defender had two full steps before hitting the quarterback on a little out route. Had no reason to hit him there, and he did. That was Marcus Rodriguez, the offending Wildcat on that play.
Frosto gets the catch for 1 yard. And that will be 2 for 4 for the Eagles for 9 yards total in the passing game. So a 15-yard penalty going to be tacked on the Wildcats. That's their second penalty here in this second quarter, total of 20 now. And that will be a first down. It's an automatic first down with the roughing the passer. And, boy, he got plastered, did Colton Graham. And that's the second time he's gotten hit pretty hard on that turf, and he keeps popping up, though.
Oh, absolutely. I think, Graham kind of saw it coming and dodged it a little bit, but couldn't get completely out of the way of it.
They'll move the chains for the Eagles. Their third first down of the contest, now knocking on the door at the 25 of the Wildcats on the right hash. 5:05 remaining here in the second. Eagles trail Lovington 7-0. As Hobbs now gets the play from the sideline for Coach Stevens. Eagles have very few subs on the sideline. Just noticed that. What about the 11? That's it. So 2 squads out on this field tonight. Twins left and right. Shotgun for Graham. He has got one back there with him. He turns and fires on the comeback on the line of scrimmage and almost fumbling the football. I don't know if they're going to call this a catch or not. Kind of falling across the line of scrimmage to make the grab, but we'll see if they're going to count it or not. Caleb Hedrick was the one that got that one, a 1-yard pickup, so not much on it.
Yeah, he had to kind of go down to the ground for the ball on that one. Throw didn't lead him enough.
Kind of a hot route there on that left wing. Twins left and right. Colton Graham looks at his wristband for the play call. Back and hit the 30 or make it the 29-yard line. Fakes the handoff, dumps it in the left flat to Hedrick again. He gets drugged down at the 25. And about back where the line of scrimmage was, he had 3 defenders coming out on him, and the guy to get the first grip of him was Isaac Hinson on this left sideline.
And they're bringing the house. I mean, that was a full blitz. They had man-to-man coverage everywhere else, and they brought everybody toward the quarterback.
Eagles are now 4 of 6 in the passing game for 20 yards. Third down and 10 to go at the 25-yard line on the left hash. Clock down to 4 minutes left here in the second. Eagles trail by 7. Split formation backfield. Twins right, a receiver left side. And Colton Graham in the middle of his running backs in the backfield. Gets the shotgun. Handoff around the right end on a reverse from right to left now. Coming around the side is Trevino up the near side 20, 15. Continues to pump his legs. Actually, that's Frosto. He got the ball from Trevino, and he will get the first down. And maybe, well, wait, he might not have made it. It's going to be close.
They're marking that at the 14. First down markers at the 15. That'll be a first and goal, or first and 10 for.
So that's Frosto's second carry. That's 12 yards on that one. 18 total for him. Fourth first down for the Eagles. And they'll mark that, as you said, about the looks like the 14-yard line. Hobbs first down. Twins right. A couple receivers left, 2. Clock continues to run at 3:30 left in the first half. In the backfield is Graham. He has one guy with him on his right shoulder. Takes a long snap count. Now looks to the sideline. Look at an audible call from Coach Stevens. They readjust as they look at their wristbands. The whole team does. Large, hard count, and now a timeout. I guess they're kind of watching the D and not getting what they wanted out there.
Now, this is something that Coach Stevens loves to do. It's a check with me play. He lets him come up there, sees what Lovington's trying to do, and if it's not what we want to call, he calls something else. But at that point, he decided a timeout was in order.
And we'll take one as well. 3:15 left here in the second quarter. Lovington 7, Hobbs nothing. We're back in half a minute on Cool 95.7 and on YouTube.com.
Clear. Three, 2, 1, go.
First down and 10 for the Hobbs Eagles after an Eagle timeout. 3:15 remaining. They trail 7-0. Hobbs on the left hash going in at the 14 of the Wildcats. Twins right, a couple receivers left. And you mentioned that check me call that Coach Stevens applying there to kind of see what the defense is going to give him. Shotgun for Graham. Bring a man in motion left to right. Hedrick, fake it to him. Hand off around to the right running back. Cuts up the middle of the 10, 5, and drugged down at the 1-yard line. Almost looks like a collar tackle on that one. Very close to being called that. As getting the run on that one, Isaiah Lecone. And that's going to go from the 14 down to the 2, make it the 1-yard line. A 13-yard pickup for Lecone, his second carry for 16 total.
Smart play by Lecone there. He could have tried to bounce it, but he made the smart decision just getting north and south.
Pair of receivers left and right at the 1-yard line. He'll be by himself. Lecone in the backfield. It could be a quarterback keeper. Graham puts his head down into the end zone for the touchdown, the QB keeper. 1-yard pickup and a score And again, he has scored all 16 points this season so far for the Eagles in 2 games.
There you go. And, hey, that play was set up by just smart, simple offense, running the ball where you needed to, making sure they stay on their toes with passes, and that penalty helped as well.
He'd like to make it another point on the board here for him. Would be his 17th point if he could put this PAT through. Clock stop with 2:50 left here in the second quarter. Trying to tie this one up in the Battle of Lea County. Ty Friend along with Brian Coltrane live. Good snap. Kick is up. Gets a good lift into it. It's up and right through the middle of the uprights. So the Hobbs Eagles tied up at 7 here at Watson Stadium after a 30-minute lightning delay. Back in business, 7-7 your score. We're coming back in 60 seconds on Cool 95.7 and YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Clear. $30. $10. 5, 3, 2, 1.
After a Hobbs Eagle touchdown, a 1-yard run for the quarterback Colton Graham. We're tied at 7. Hobbs and Lovington. 2 back deep for the Wildcats on the kick return. It'll be Adam Aguilera and Isaac Henson. As Graham gets it spotted up at the 40 on the left hash. 2:50 left here in the second quarter. Here's the kick from Graham. Sidewinder. It's going to go down to the 10-yard line. Returned by Aguilera up the middle to the 25, 30. Gets bounced sideways, spins at the 34, and then a whole barrage of black jerseys to knock him down to the ground. Actually, that was Isaac Henson, the return man, to the 35. So pretty decent field position. Strickland, the guy for the Hobbs Eagles, to put him down to the turf. But Lovington's got some time to work with here, and they're kind of a quick strike, so 2:41 left in the half, Brian.
And I think now's the time you really got to come after the quarterback because you know that he's going to try to throw it, and they had a lot of success throwing against the zone. Time to go man, start bringing the house at him.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 35, tied up at 7. Put a slot left, receiver left, 2 on the right side. Shotgun to Jeffrey. Fakes a handoff up the gut himself. 35, meets a wall, and he's taken down hard for the Eagles. And getting an initial slot at him, Blake Hensley up front, and he gets his second tackle.
He's having a great game. He's playing a very, very steady game, smart game. And I tell you what, he paid for that run.
Jeffrey's had 5 carries now for 20 yards, so averaging about 4 a pop. And, boy, I like that new digital first down marker over there. It looks pretty nice on that far sideline.
That is sharp.
2nd down and 9 from the 36-yard line from the right hash. Clocked at 2:10 left. Tied at 7. Shotgun low, picked up by Jeffrey. Back to the 25, rolls right. Staying in the pocket, he's going to fire it down the middle of the field. A seam route to the far sideline and off the hands of the intended receiver at the left hash of the 25 of the Eagles, and got caught between 2 defenders and slipped through the fingertips of Taton Hilliard. He had those 3 touchdowns last week against Ruidoso. I think I see some handkerchiefs down there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of yellow laundry on the field. I think they're going to get him for a pass interference.
Looked like he might have tripped a little bit as he tried to get through the 2 defenders on, as he kind of faded to that far sideline. But maybe his feet got tied up in their feet, though. It's kind of a tough call to make.
Yeah, but he never turned around to make a play on the ball. He just kind of ran through the receiver.
So do you call that a PI against the defense, though? I mean, that's kind of tough.
I would have there, unfortunately.
Wait, they did call it a 10-yard penalty, so I'm not sure what that was all about. They call a hold instead of a PI. The ball was in the air, though. I think that should have been.
The ball was in the air when he finally got there. He had about a 3-step lead.
The chain marker crew doesn't even know what's been called here. They're still stuck in the back in the old positions.
You're the expert here on the rules. That's for sure.
It would. If the ball was in the air, it should have been a PI, but apparently it's a 10-yard penalty, so it will be a hold will be against the Eagles regardless, so that'll be their second penalty for 20 yards total.
Neither sideline's asking for an explanation, so they're just accepting it and going.
Is a first down, too, the sixth of the game for the Wildcats at their own 46 now, 1st and 10. Clock to 2 minutes left here in the first half, 7-7. Man in motion right to left. And the handoff, a reverse, coming around to the back to left, now to the right, and trying to get ready to throw, but decides not to, is Perez. He gets met by a bunch of black jerseys and goes down about a yard ahead of the line of scrimmage. He was going to chuck it down this near sideline after getting the reverse going from left to right.
And I can't tell you enough how I speak about Blake Hensley being so smart as a defensive end. He read it, and instead of coming up the field, he went down the sidelines and forced the play to string, and everybody else got there.
So a bunch of people helping out on that one. Not going to give a single tackle to anybody. 2nd down and 9 now from the Wildcat 47. Shotgun to Jeffrey by himself with a quick slant route. Caught at the 49, back to the 45, and then gets smashed up on that 45-yard line. 7-yard pickup on the catch as that gets to the hands and takedown by Adam Aguilera.
And both teams are now headhunting here. They're starting to get physical.
Aguilera, 2 catches for 16. 3rd down and 1 now from the Eagle 45. Back to pass again. Jeffrey in the backfield. Shotgun. Stays in the pocket right. Another curl route. This to the 35-yard line. And kind of a bubbling out on the run going backwards to the 36. That will be enough for the first down, though. And that'll be a 9-yard pickup for the Wildcats. And a timeout to – actually, the chains will have to move first. That'll stop the clock
and
for just seconds.
They should have stopped the clock for the change, but the coach called a timeout instead.
And I believe that catch was by their running back. That's Marcus Rodriguez, his second catch. That was a 9-yard pickup for 12 yards for him. They are 10 of 14 in the passing game for the Wildcats. And the Wildcats will talk about it with the timeout. They got 45 seconds left here in the half. We'll keep it right here. Tied at 7. Tell us what both coaches are saying in the huddles right now.
Right now, I think we're a little bit worried about the way we're defending the pass. I'm pretty sure the secondaries coach is trying to give them an earful because they're not reading the routes. They're falling back, and they're watching the quarterback, and they're not seeing the routes come across their face. So we're not making very clean breaks on it, and guys are finding space. So they're probably getting coached up on that right now.
10 catches, 66 yards for the Wildcats. And what about Coach Gonzalez over there on the Wildcats side? How's he going to get this thing in the end zone with the time that's left here in the half at 49 seconds?
You got 49 seconds, and you still have timeouts to spend. You're okay. You're not going to rush. You've got your last timeout if you need it. You know, you're going to try to get to the sideline. You do out routes, but you're going to take whatever yardage you can get here. And at some point, you'll have to take a shot at the end zone, but I don't think it's now.
Looks like 2 timeouts for the Eagles and 1 for the Wildcats. Or is that the other way around here? 1 for the Cats, 2 for the Eagles. 1st and 10, Wildcat football at the Hobbs Eagle 36. We're tied at 7 with 49 seconds left, second quarter. Trips right, receiver left, shotgun for Jeffrey. 3-step drop. Shuffles his feet, throws a fade to the far sideline, and then the receiver knows it goes behind him, so he tries to turn outside. So well behind him by about 5 yards, incomplete as that pass intended for Joseph Perez.
Andre Alvarado was giving a little bit of pressure there. He was actually pushing the guard all the way into the quarterback's feet. So the quarterback had to get rid of it.
Wildcats now 5 of 15 in the passing, or make it 10 of 15 in the passing game as they get up to the 36-yard line, 2nd down and 10. Send 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Jeffrey with the back helping him to block. 3-step drop on the shotgun. Stays pocket, rolls left now, trying to get some help. Go to the far sideline, 40, 35, 30, and smartly runs out of bounds after a 6-yard pickup on that far sideline in front of the Wildcat bench.
And Alvarado once again got a push, and once he got it back to the quarterback, Lovington Wildcat looked like he just kind of grabbed on the jersey and held him. Unfortunately, they hit the referee that would have called that, and he wasn't able to see it because he was caught up in the whole pile of motion.
Jeffrey, 6 carries for 26 yards, and he did a good job, too. He was trying to get his receiver to come back and help out with the pass reception there, but decided to tuck it and go instead. 3rd down and 5 for the Wildcats at the Eagle 32. They bring a man in motion to the Wildcats, right to left. Ball's fumbled on the shotgun, picked up by Jeffrey. Throws the curl route, and it's caught at the 22 for the first down. 8-yard pickup as that one is complete in the hands of Isaac Hinson.
And, you know, when you have a safety playing over top of that, you can break when they break. If you know you've got a safety behind you, you can jump on that route. But we're not breaking on the route as if we've got protection.
7 first downs for the Wildcats, now at the Eagle 24 with 20 seconds left. Back to pass Jeffrey on the 3-step. Steps up in the pocket to the 25, throws it on the run, high in the air, intercepted by the Eagles at the 8-yard line to the middle of the field, and the Eagles fumble it. It's loose at the 16. Did they get it back or not? Yes, they did, luckily, and trying to run with it a little bit too much there, but the Eagles get the INT as we try to get the pile all separated to see who that man was. It looks like
Braden Strickland.
Yes, Mr. Strickland there is just getting the INT, and luckily get the team recovery as the Eagles will have one last hurrah with 6 seconds. I think they got to be kind of conservative. They don't want to give the ball back and have Wildcats run in for a score.
We'll probably just keep it on the ground, maybe throw a screen, see if we can get some blocks on the outside. We're not going to do anything to try to risk an interception in return.
That is the first turnover of the game for any team at this point. And Hobbs will have it 1st and 10 from their own 18-yard line. 7-7. Is the score. Twins left and right. Eagles have put Hedrick in motion. Left to right. A bad snap over the head of the quarterback, Colton Graham. He's got to scramble with it to the left wing and goes out of bounds about the 19-yard line. Clock will stop.
1 second left on the clock here.
1-yard pickup for Graham when he got out of bounds here on the near side in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. Graham has his 6th carry. And now the Eagles are going to look to the sideline and decide what they're going to do. Clock is stopped as he did get out of bounds.
And, Graham probably should have just fell on that. That was pretty dangerous trying to scoop and run there.
5 carries for 11 yards for Graham. Twins left and right. Shotgun back at the 14-yard line. A handoff up the middle. Spinning at the 20. Thompson continues to move ahead. 25. Put his head down and carries a bunch of guys on his saddle that time as he will get 11 yards in the first down. But that will run out the first half clock as Thompson finishes with 5 carries and 31 yards. But at the end of the first half, the Eagles and the Wildcats knotted up at 7. The Battle of Lee County live on Cold 95.7, HobbsAmerica.com. Also on the Cold 95.7 app and YouTube. We'll be back in 3 minutes with halftime. The Battle of Lee County continues.
You are clear.
Okay.
$25.
Another 30, please.
Okay. $30. $10. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Watson Field. We're at halftime here. Score knotted up at 7 apiece. This is Brian Coltrane with Ty Friend, and man, we got ourselves a good one, don't we, Ty?
Yeah, it's definitely a very big game for both squads here. 7-7 at the half, and again, after a delay, you kind of wonder who's going to benefit. They only put 5 minutes on the halftime clock, and that has to be agreed to by both coaches. I don't know if they're going to add the 3-minute warm-up period, too. We'll have to wait and see. Let's get you some quick stat updates here. First for the Lovington Wildcats. Their top rusher, Jared Jeffrey, 6 carries for 26 yards, a long of 8 in the first half. Marcus Rodriguez has 7 carries for 3, and a couple other guys getting some touches in that first half of action. Trace Areola, a carry for 3. Also Adam Aguilera, a carry for 6, and one other player, that was Joseph Perez, had a carry for 1 yard. So in the first half, 16 total rush plays for 39 yards for the Lovington Wildcats. They've also completed 11 passes out of 17 for quarterback Jeffrey. He has 100, or make it 74 yards in passes completed. That includes for Isaac Henson, 2 catches for 9. Also getting some receptions in the first half. Trace Areola, 2 for 16. Jared Jeffrey himself has got a catch for 5 yards, which was kind of a pass to himself going across the line of scrimmage. Kind of a deflection, actually, by the defensive front for the Eagles. Tate Hilliard, 2 catches for 3 yards. Adam Aguilera, or make it Javier Corrales, a catch for 12. Marcus Rodriguez, a running back, has had a couple for 12 yards. And also Adam Aguilera caught 1 for 17 yards for a touchdown. Once again, the passing game, 11 of 17 for 74 yards for Jeffrey. Total plays for the Wildcats in the first half, 27 for 113 yards total. Wildcats have had 7 first downs. They punted once, turnover on downs once, and had an interception. 2 penalties for 20 yards total for the Wildcats. On the other side of the coin, the Hobbs Eagles, their leading rusher is Thompson, 5 carries for 31 yards. Grant, or make that Lea County with 2 carries for 16, including a long of 13. Thompson's long was 18. Colton Graham, 5 carries for 11 yards. He had a 14-yard rush. Frosto, 2 carries for 18. He had a long of 12. The Eagles have rushed 14 times for 76 yards. In the passing game, kind of quiet tonight. The Eagles are 4 of 6 for only 11 yards. Frosto caught 1 for a yard. Hedrick had a couple for 2 yards total. And Kirkendall had 1 for 8. So again, just 4 catches for 11 yards. Eagles with 18 plays in the first half, 87 yards total, again compared to 113 for the Wildcats. The big difference was that first quarter where the Wildcats controlled all about 1:49 of that quarter.
Yeah, but you know, after that, Hobbs defense settled down. We stopped giving up the big plays, except for right there at the end. They actually, gapped us a few times in that last drive, but until the interception occurred, they were moving the ball again. So I don't know. I think how we adjust here at halftime is going to be big with the short halftime. That may work against us. We don't have time to re-game plan it, but we're going to have to do something to stop that Lovington pass attack.
Eagles looking kind of similar on the incidental stats. They have 1 punt, 1 turnover on downs, just like Lovington, but they have no turnovers yet. Almost coughed 1 up after an interception, but Hobbs recovered that, luckily. Has a great job of picking the ball off for the Eagles by Mr. Strickland there, for Braden Strickland, the cornerback for the Eagles. Hobbs has had 5 first downs, 7 for the Wildcats, so Cats have a few more. The penalties have pretty much even. 2 for 20 for Lovington, 2 for 20 for Hobbs. So even things up just a bit. Keys for the second half, Brian, at least for the Wildcats, or for the Eagles, to try to get a win on their home field.
I think the Eagles are going to have to find their offense. They have really not been consistent on offense yet, especially in the passing game. If we can start to throw the ball down the field, that's going to open up our running game. They're not going to be able to stop us. So I think that's the key for the Eagles. Lovington are at this right now. They beat us last year. They believe they can beat us again. In their minds, they feel like they've got to get some big strike, some way to tell Hobbs, yeah, we're for real, and this is the way it's going to be. Because if they come out and score again on an opening drive, then that's going to be in the back of Hobbs' mind. Oh, here we go again. So I think for Lovington, it's going to be a quick strike. That's important. For Hobbs, it's going to be really opening up that passing attack.
Scores in the first half once again. Adam Aguilera getting a 17-yard pass off the throwing of Jared Jeffrey. That was 1:49 left in the first quarter, 7-0. Hobbs ties it up in the second quarter, 1-yard run for Colton Graham, and the PAT at the 2:50 mark to tie it 7-7. We'll take a final 30-second break, send it back over to Ron Gunner back at the station. Stay with us live, Hobbs Eagle football on various different outlets, Cool 95.7, including YouTube on the video.
Clear.
Can you get me a Eunice Jal score when you get a chance, please, Ron?
Yeah, I did. I gave it to you.
My text isn't working too hot yet. Okay, I just got it. Thank you.
All right. Ten. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Back at Watson Stadium, tie friend Brian Coltrane, Hobbs and Lovington tied at 7-7. And Brian, there's another big Lea County battle going on, a rival game tonight too.
Absolutely. Eunice and Jal are locked up in Eunice, and Eunice is leading 27-17. That's an end of the third score, so they're already in the fourth quarter. They didn't have a delay.
Thanks to Ron Gunner keeping us updated on that one. Tatum doesn't play until tomorrow. They'll be on the road. So, of course, you can catch that on one of our YouTube channels tomorrow. That'll be, I think Alan Scott will be covering that one. All the games for Tatum this year are going to be on Saturdays, and some road trips on the horizon for them. Lovington will kick off here in the second half. We're tied 7-7. As we get ready to go, the Eagles have 5 bunched up on that front 50-yard line, getting ready to get a good big run back here. Of course, next week, Eagles will be on the road at Carlsbad. So we'll have that game covered for you Friday night at 6:45 for the pregame kickoff at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Should be a good one.
That will be a great game.
And the Wildcats have Goddard, so that's going to be a major battle for them. Here's the kickoff for the Wildcats from the 40-yard line. It's a low one, caught at the 20 on the run, right hash 30 to the far sideline, and it's still going back to cut back on the zigzag now to the 34, and I believe out there running hard was Caden Trevino, the slot receiver for the Hobbs Eagles, and doing a good job of trying to zigzag his way back to the right, right hash that time. But getting some great field position to get this started up there at the, looks like the 34 and a half yard line.
I think that was a smart little run there by Trevino. He got us more yards than he really should have.
Well, he started sprinting before the ball was right where he wanted to catch it, so he had it in stride and really got him some extra yards on that one.
It's dangerous on a pooch kick like that.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 34. Twins left and right. Single setback, man in motion from right to left. Fake the handoff to the slot man, and they're going to give it up the middle instead. Breaking tackles is Thompson. He's straight up that right hash for an 11-yard pickup, make it 12, as he pulls a man with him on his ankle that time was Javier Corrales. But 12 yards for Thompson. He's got 6 carries now for 43 total, and the 6th first down.
And that's how you want to start the second half off. Let them know we're coming right at you.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 46. Tied up at 7. Twins left and right. Now they're going to stop and pull another play call. Look over to Coach Stevens on the near sideline. Recall here for Graham. Waiting for the snap. Gets a good one. Hand off to Thompson. Angling right to the 50 into Lovington territory. Bouncing off another tackler to the 45. He's got another 9 to his name. And finally brought down from behind by Joseph Perez.
And I think they saw something at halftime because they're coming out and ran the same play twice in a row. There's something that they see.
Looks like a flag, though, at the 49 of the Wildcats. Not in a good position probably for the Eagles. Maybe a hold here. So that's going to bring it back. Still waiting. Yep, holding penalty there. So no yards going to be added on for the Eagles. 10-yard penalty against the squad. And that will be their 3rd penalty. All 3 of them have been 10-yarders, too. So it'll back them up into their own territory once again. And does that really put you in a hole once you get that momentum going, then all of a sudden the big handkerchief coming out?
It depends on what you do on the next play. If you come out the next play and you don't get far forward motion or forward yards, then, yeah, absolutely. it's a drive breaker. But if you come out here and you get all those yards back, it's like it never happened.
First down and 15 for the Eagles at their own 41-yard line. Tied up at 7 with the Wildcats. Twins left and right. By himself in the backfield is Graham. Brings a man in motion right to left. Give the handoff coming around the left end. Stretching it out to the near left hash and out across the original line of scrimmage. Picking up some of that penalty yards again. And getting about, looks like 5 on the carry. Really stretched it out that time was a Demetrius Frosto. So actually going to give him more like 8 on that one for Frosto. That's his 3rd carry for 26 yards, and he's a very speedy slot, likes to come around behind that quarterback and just take off.
And it was a perfect play call at that moment because they were trying to bring the run blitz up the middle, try to take away what they'd done with Thompson, and sure enough, that was there.
2nd down and 8 from the Eagle 48 with the football. Twins left and right. Shotgun for Graham. He does have a man back with him. Thompson on his left shoulder. 3-step drop back to the 40. Fires down the middle on the post route. Caught at the 20, 31-yard line. That will be a first down pickup. This guy about 21 yards on the reception that time, and that's Frosto again.
And that's what happens when you bring the blitz. If you pick up the blitz and you can throw it across the middle, you're going to get some good yardage.
That's going to be the 2nd catch for 22 yards for Frosto. 5 of 7 of the Eagles now in the passing game. First down and 10 now from the Wildcat 30-yard line. Shotgun. Handoff going around the left side, and it's going to be a drop in the backfield. Nice read from the defense as Thompson dropped with the knee down quickly. As picking him up with a bear hug and dropping him to the turf was Alexander Trammell, the nose guard for the Wildcats. That's going to be a loss of 3 yards.
Yeah, they read that play very well coming back to Thompson and got a good push off of their defensive front there.
7 carries for 40 yards for Thompson. 2nd down and 13 now for the Eagles at the Wildcat 34. Make it to 33. 9:16 remaining, 3rd quarter, tied at 7. 3-step drop for Graham. He's got pressure. Tries to dump it in the left flat. Kind of a dart throw to the ground. Incomplete to Thompson, but he had 3 guys chasing him in the backfield. Just had to unload it.
Well, that was actually a design play. They let him through. It was a screen on the outside. The whole point of the play was to let them through. But he needed to backtrack faster and get himself out of there to give himself some room to toss it to Thompson underneath to get the screen going.
5 of 8 in the passing game so far for Colton Graham for 31 yards. The Eagles taking a lot of time now to check their play calls, looking at those wristbands.
I'd almost come back to that screen again. If we run it correctly, it was there.
3rd and 13 from the 33 of the Wildcats. Twins left, receivers 3 to the right. Hedrick goes in motion. A fumble in the backfield for Graham off the shotgun. Picks it up, tries to spin, and he'll get dropped to the 40. He's going to lose 7 yards on the play. He gets sandwiched. 3 big white jerseys on top of him, but he could just try to get away from the pressure. That's all he could do.
And Coach Stevens is not one that likes to punt when he's inside enemy territory, but looks like he's going to send the kicking squad out there right now.
Only the 2nd negative yardage for Graham in this game at a -8 once in the first half. Nothing he could do on that one off the fumble. 4th down at the 40-yard line, and they need to get all the way to the 20. So 4th and 20 in this situation. That's a big one on the right hash. Clock's going to run, continue, 9:11. I'm not sure why they got it stopped here. 7-7 your score in this 3rd quarter. I don't know why the clock's not running. I saw the official trying to wind it up there. That was a run play, so snap is low. They're going to go with the fake, rolling out to the left on the run to the 40, 35, and drug down out of bounds at the 30. No, he's going to still stay on the sideline and high step it. Frosto, he's not going to get the first down, though, but he does get back some of those yards. It looks like 18 for Frost to make it 17 for him, but it's going to give it back on downs to Lovington. He needed 20.
I don't think that was a designed fake. The ball was low. He picked it up off a turf and decided he wasn't going to punt it.
That's the 2nd turnover on downs for the Eagles, 1 in each half. Frosto now with 4 carries for 43 yards, but that's going to give it back to the Wildcats. Any momentum shifts here yet?
Not really. You pin them back deep. Now, it depends on what they do with their first possession. If they go down the field and score here, that definitely is a momentum shift.
Definitely when we got a tie at 7-7. 9 minutes remaining here in the 3rd quarter. The Battle of Lea County. Sub coming in late for the Wildcats. That is Joseph Perez, the wide receiver.
And Perez is actually the quarterback right now.
Oh, they've switched it up. You're right. Twins left and right. Eagles have 4 on the front line. They go with the handoff up the gut, but whistles are blowing before he gets through that line. They hand the ball off that time to Trace Areola.
And Lovington called a timeout. They decided they didn't want to run that.
We'll take one as well. Clock stop with 8:58 left, third quarter. 7-7, Hobbs and Lovington. Another Lee County Battle live on the radio and on the internet. Come back with us in 60 seconds.
Perfect. You're clear. Thirty. $15. Five, 3, 2, 1.
Back live at Watson Stadium, Ty friend Brian Coltrane. And boy, Coach Gonzalez has been going after the ref that whole time out. I think he's kind of concerned about the clock was not running down quick enough on that last punt. It didn't move for quite a bit of time there.
And he's still out on the field. Both teams are getting ready to start playing, and he's on that white hat like a fly on honey.
Yeah, he's finally going to walk off there now as he gets the explanation. It's a first down and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 25. We're tied at 7-7.
I'm wondering why we're seeing Perez at quarterback.
Twins left and right. Waiting for that long snap count. Finally gets it. Hand the ball up the gut. And we got a big pile up at the 25. Not much going on there on the handoff. Just kind of a gap shot. And then losing a helmet, too, which means one play out of the ball game now. As having to take off because of the rule, Trace Areola. He's going to get maybe a yard on the forward progress, but not much more than that.
I'm kind of scanning the sideline to see if I can see any sign of the starting quarterback. I mean, with Perez in the game, that's a big game changer.
That was the second carry for 4 yards for Areola. Trips right, receiver 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Fake the handoff, and here goes the runner again. The quarterback, 20, 25, 30 to the near side, 35, 40, 45, and run out of bounds at the 50. Big pickup there for the Wildcats. That's going to be, looks like 29, 28 yards on the carry. As you mentioned, Perez had just checked in moments ago. 28-yard pickup for him. Actually, no, that is the starting quarterback. That's Jeffrey, number 4.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I don't think Perez ever did come in there. That has been number 4. So 7 carries for 54 yards so far for Jared Jeffrey.
Big gain there, and they had him contained, but they took an inside route instead of going outside in.
That's the 8th first down. 1st and 10 from the Hobbs 48. A little flip out to the left corner. Rolling around the end is Marcus Rodriguez trying to stretch it out to the far sideline, and he's going to get 7 more added to the numbers to the 40-yard line. So Hobbs Eagles kind of bending a little bit now, and Lovington looks like they're picking up a little momentum.
And at this point, Hobbs, I think, realizes they need to get a stop. The offense hasn't been moving the ball as well as they could, so the defense knows that they're going to have to do something.
Aldo Argot, the linebacker, makes the stop. 2nd down and 2 now for the Wildcats on the left hash of the Eagle 39-yard line. Trips right, receiver left. It is 7-7 with 7:40 left here in the 3rd. Waiting for that shotgun is Jeffrey. Gets a man in motion left to right. Fake the handoff. He rolls it himself left side of the bootleg. 40 and try to dive ahead to the 35. He needed to get to the 43, or actually the 38, I should say, and he looks like he's got enough for the first down. About 3 on the pickup. Move the chains.
Yeah, that's just a hard thing to stop when you know the running back's been burning you a little bit and the quarterback's been burning you a little bit. And they do that little mesh back there, and you're not sure which one's going to come out with it. That's tough for a defender.
That's 9 first downs for the Wildcats. Quickly up to the line of scrimmage. Jeffrey and shotgun, twins left and right. Going to go with the delay up the middle, scamper to the right, and trying to get outside, but not much going on there. A yard pickup, if that, angling right that time.
And Blake Hensley coming back. He drove his man back 3 yards, made the read that he was running inside, shed the guy, and come back and made the play at the line of scrimmage.
That's the 3rd tackle for Blake Hensley after a 1-yard gain for Rodriguez, who has 9 carries for 11 yards. 2nd down and 9. Wildcats in the middle of the field at the 35. They'll send 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun Jeffrey. Fakes the handoff, rolls right on the right hash. He wants to throw. He's going to chuck it down the middle on the seam route, wide open at the 2-yard line, and a catch is made. From the 35 to the 2, that's a 33-yard reception in the hands of the Wildcat receiver. That is Javier Corrales.
We got Laundry on the field sitting at about the 35-yard line. That could be a hold on the offense.
They definitely do not want to have that happen to them right now. The biggest play of the game so far for the Wildcats. And they're going to come back, like you said, to 33. Yep, a holding penalty. So erase that pass play. Boy, he was wide open there, just kind of waiting for the ball down that seam route down the middle. And what happened to the secondary for the Eagles D?
And actually, I want to say this. The secondary actually covered it really well. They were there in his hip pocket. They just weren't able to turn around and make a play on the ball.
So that's going to back up a 10-yard penalty for Lovington. That's only their third now for 30 yards. And really pretty clean in the penalties. Only 3 penalties for 30 for the Eagles as well.
That right there could be the momentum changer, though. They get a big play like that, and that play gets called back.
2nd down and 20 now for the Wildcats. It'll be at the Hobbs Eagle 47, make it the 46-yard line. Trips left, 2 receivers right, man in motion left to right, shotgun. Jeffrey 3-step drop, dancing around. Now he's going to roll left, continues to the far sideline, sees an opening, 50, 45, 40, 35, stutter step 30, and dances up the sideline, gets out about the 27. Big pickup there. So he went from the 46 to the 27. So that's going to be a 19-yard pickup for the quarterback. His second longest pickup of the ball game.
And just like that penalty never occurred. They get it all back.
76 yards on the ground on 9 carries for Jeffrey. 3rd down and 2 for the Wildcats on the left hash at the Eagle 28. Clock down to 6 minutes left, 3rd quarter. We're tied at 7. Shotgun for Jeffrey. Trips right. Little comeback route over the stretched hands on the sideline here. And almost could have been intercepted. It was tipped up in the air for the Wildcat receiver by Tayton Hilliard, and not in the place you want to be. And that could have been picked off in the flat. And that would have been the Eagles down the left sideline for a touchdown.
More importantly now, you're looking at a 4th and about 2, and you got to make a decision here. It's a long field goal. Don't think you can make that. You're going to have to go for it. What do you call?
Lovington is now 11 of 18 in the passing game. 4th and 2 from the Eagle 28 on the left hash. Twins left, trips right. By himself in the backfield is Jeffrey. Takes the snap, 2-step drop, fires on the curl route. Caught at the 20-yard line or just shy of it. Needed to get to about the 27, but that's going to be easily a 1st down.
And you got to know where that first down marker is, both on offense and defense. And you can't be that far off of a guy when they only need 3 yards for a 1st down.
And that catch was made for the Wildcats by Joseph Perez for 7 yards. And that looks like his first catch of the ball game. So 7 for him. That's the 12th reception for the Wildcats. 1st and 10, also the 10th 1st down. Back to pass, Jeffrey going to throw another curl route, this time at the 15 on the right side. Ball tipped up again and just tasting it to try to get an INT. Came off the slip of the Hobbs Eagle defender that time, number 21, which we don't have on the roster tonight. We'll have to double check and see who that was.
What I do like about what Hobbs did right there, though, they had a blitz and they forced the quarterback to get rid of the ball a lot sooner than they wanted. And I think we need to take him out of his rhythm. We need to get pressure on him. I think that's the way to go.
So no 21, but it's a 2nd down and 10 from the 23. They tried to throw the out route, and Jeffrey had to unload it quickly because he had some pressure coming. Receiver was heading to the far left end zone, but the pass was thrown down to the 10, out of bounds. Kind of a slide shot, so maybe some miscommunication as well with his receiver.
Adonis Bryant absolutely leveled him at the end of that play, too. Had a shot at catching it, but just as the ball arrived, Bryant went ahead and let him know he was there.
3rd down and 10 from the 21-yard line on the left hash for the Wildcats. Clock stopped because of the incomplete pass. 5:18 left here in the 3rd. We're tied at 7. Twins left and right, the receivers for the Wildcats. Single setback, shotgun Jeffrey. The rush is on. Turns and fires down the middle on the post route, caught at the 10. And that will be enough for the 1st down. It's an 11-yard pickup on the completion as they connect Jeffrey to Javier Corrales.
You know, they've been completing the passes. But the only thing that happened different on that completion is the quarterback got hit too. And at some point, he's going to start thinking about that. He's going to start thinking about getting hit. And I think the blitz is probably going to start getting to him at some point.
That was their last attempt here at a 1st down. They get that there, but they're just inside the 10, so they cannot get another. They got to go in the end zone. 11 1st downs for the Wildcats. 1st and goal from the 9. Clock ticking at 4:38. We're tied at 7. Twins left and right. Jeffrey in the backfield with one man. He puts a man in motion from right to left, and that is Aguilera. Back to pass, three-step drop, the out route. Tries to get it over to Aguilera with that quick out over the shoulder on the 10, far sideline, but he overthrows him. Kind of some dangerous passes on these sidelines on this last series for Lovington.
See, he's trying to get rid of the ball a lot quicker now, too. And also the receiver, he's been hit a couple of times because we're trying to close that coverage. He tried to get down to the ground with the ball before he caught it.
Eagles trying to send some pressure, as you mentioned. Juan Gonzalez on that line, and also Blake Hensley. We've heard quite a bit tonight as well. Second down and goal from the 9. Middle of the field here. Shotgun, handoff coming around the right end to the 10. Cutting back to the 5 and continue to move the power ahead is Marcus Rodriguez to the right hash.
Hunter Wright did a great job in, coming up the field and forcing it back into the girth of the defense. That's something where a lot of guys try to go up and come inside out, and then all of a sudden they bust it for a long run. Wright stayed outside of them, made him come back to the help.
They get Strickland on the wrap up there from that corner position. So Strickland's second tackle. And for Rodriguez, that is his 10th carry for 15 yards. Ball just inside the 5-yard line. Third down and goal, though. No more first down opportunities. Clock at 3:48 left here in the third. We're tied at 7, Hobbs and Lovington. Chips left, receiver right, shotgun ready for Jeffrey. Takes the snap, 3-step, 4-step. Now he's going to flush out to the right, turns and fires a shot to the near sideline and throws it through the arms of the outstretched receiver. He should have had a catch there, heard some footsteps. Trace Areola on the near sideline, and kind of just a hot route. He just kind of hung out at the sideline and waited for the throw from Jeffrey.
Yeah, he came out of the backfield. He was the fullback back there, and he was wide open for a long period of time, but Jeffrey was trying to throw the ball deep first. He wanted an end zone throw. Finally settled for tossing it over to him, and they couldn't get connected.
Lovington is 13 of 24 in the passing game. They've only completed one pass here in the second half for 11 yards. So that's a total right now of 85 in the air. But this is a big down here. 4th and goal from the 4 on the right hash. Twins left and right. Jeffrey with one man back with him to block in the shotgun. Brings a man in motion. Right to left, that is Aguilera. Rolling left is Jeffrey. Taking his time on the left hash now. Backpedaling. He's going to fire it to the back of the end zone. Chucks it down in the right corner. It's caught. It looked like it was up for grabs. Helium ball and caught deep right corner of the end zone on the back line. That was Taton Hilliard. Hilliard's got 6 feet of height there, and he came down with it after a 4-yard snag.
Sometimes on defense you do everything right and it doesn't matter.
So Hilliard comes down with it. He had 3 touchdowns last week against Ruidoso to lead the cause. Yeah, that defender was right with him, too, on this near side, is going up as high as he could, but unfortunately could not come up with it. That was number 21 again, which we don't have the name on, unfortunately, but a touchdown. Wait, we've got a flag back at the 20. Are they going to count the TD? So maybe it was after the play. We marked off on the kickoff. Big, important PAT here for Lovington as well. A little bit of a delay. Looks like whatever the penalty is, it's going to be administered later.
And it may have been a late hit on the quarterback.
That would be a 15-yarder on the kickoff. Waiting for that PAT. The kick is up, and it is good. As putting it through the uprights is Lucas Contreras. So the Wildcats finally getting on the scoreboard. They scored with 1:49 left in the first quarter, and their second score here in the third with 3:27 remaining. They lead Hobbs 14-7. Exciting game here at Watson Stadium. Back in 60 seconds.
Clear. $30. $10. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, Watson Field. 3:27 on the clock here in the third period. 14-7 your score. Lovington leads. and Lovington Wildcats getting to kick off in Hobbs territory in the 45. I believe it's a roughing the passer penalty that's going to be added right here, and that's why they're getting to kick off from this place.
So the 15-yard, that's the 5th penalty against the Eagles for 45 yards. As we get ready to kick off into Hobbs territory, as Brian mentioned, at the 45 of the Eagles. So we'll see what they decide to do with this one. Of course, after a score for the Wildcats, a 4-yard pass from Jeffrey to Hilliard to the back right corner of the end zone on the back line. Here's the kick. They're going to keep it low. Caught at the 2, brought up across the right hash to the 10, to the far sideline, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, hurdle, 40, 45, 50, down to the 40. He's got nobody else to worry about. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Eagles. A beautiful return for the Hobbs Eagles. The man with the football for the Eagles.
Caden Trevino.
Yes, Trevino, the slot back. He took it from about the 2 to the end zone, so unofficially 98 yards on the return. And we'll have to double check to see what the official numbers are on that. Is Trevino the man with the plan?
And you know what? I was going to say that wasn't a very good plan. The moment he caught it, I was thinking, man, he should have let that go into the end zone. And I guess he had a better decision than I would have made.
Sparks up the crowd here at Watson Stadium, at least on the black and gold side. Quiets the blue and white on the other side. But they scored just a few minutes before that as we wait for Colton Graham of the very important PAT here. In fact, those are the first points that Colton hasn't scored this year.
Absolutely.
That big kick return. Oh, the kick is off to the right of the upright. Whoa, that could be a big one. So no good on the PAT off right. So the Eagles will trail by 1, but at least they get some points back on the special teams. Didn't have to bring their offense out. 14-13, big run for Trevino. Unofficially 98 yards. Might have to pare that down just a few yards there, but we'll come back in 30 seconds with more Hobbs Eagle football.
Clear. $15. Five, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, Watson Field. 3:09 left here in the third period. Your score 14-13. Lovington leads your Hobbs Eagles. And I tell you what, that was a big play. You asked for your momentum changer, Ty. You got a momentum changer. And what was the official word on that? Was 98?
Yeah, I just talked to Jason Farmer with the Hobbs News Sun. 96 is what they're going to give him on that one. So great job, and that kind of spices up your team. Pretty excited out there. As Colton Graham will kick off from the left hash 40. He's going to send a deep one end over end. It's going to go out of bounds, though, around the 12-yard line. That's going to be a big decision. Pretty easy, actually. 35 is where I'm sure Coach Gonzalez will take it with some pretty decent field position to get another series started.
Yeah, I mean, your wind's starting to pick up again, and, you know, that may be a factor right here. But now wind's coming out of the west, and it's probably 15-20. But all of a sudden, we're starting to feel those breezes again. It may be raining a little bit. I see a lot of people bringing out their umbrellas out here. We're not feeling any inside the booth here, but it may be actually raining.
They might have had a penalty on that kickoff as everybody looks like they're lining back up once again.
Well, I believe that's one of the options. They can make you kick it again after.
Oh, that's the other potential there, right?
Yeah, move back 5 yards, kick again.
So I guess 35 is not good enough for Coach Gonzalez. Yeah, he wants a better chance. Maybe he wants to play tit for tat here. He just gave up a 96-yard return. Maybe he wants to try to make it 100 for a touchdown here.
Well, I think that he thinks he can get more yards out of that. I mean, if you're kicking it down to about the 20 and you get yourself a 15-yard return, well, you're at the 35 anyway. So maybe he's hoping something will break on the Hobbs special teams. Eagles
will lose 5 on that penalty, bracket up to the 35-yard line. As we're ready for another kickoff here with 3:09 left, third quarter, 14-13. Eagles did miss that PAT. Here goes Graham. This one's going to be a wobbler, caught at the 15, up to the right hash, 20, 25, 30, up the middle, 35, 40, 45, 50, could go all the way, continues down to the 30, 25, 20, far sideline, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Big run for Adam Aguilera. He's going to return the deal here for the Wildcats. And we're going to see where that started from. It's got to be, where did he pick that, about the 20 or so? That's about an 80-yard return, but we're going to get the numbers on that
I had him at the 19.
So 81, We'll double check on that for you as well. Boy, I got done making a comment that Gonzalez wanted to run that back for a touchdown. That's what he's trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. He was hoping for a breakdown. Now you're stretching the field a little bit more, and you're kicking a little differently after the penalty. That's exactly what coach wanted.
Of course, the Eagles missed the PAT, but Lovington does not want to have that happen to them. As they're taking a long delay here, they don't even have the down marker. The guy's having to run it down the field as they were late. The referee is trying to urgently get him down there, and they're finally going to make it take place. Ready for the kick, though. Good snap. Oh, we got a whistle right before it's kicked. Might be some movement on that line of scrimmage.
It's going to look like it's going to be offsides.
And you don't really like those offside calls if you're the kicking team, because getting closer to the uprights there, it doesn't help your kicking game much, unless you decide to go for two, of course. But gives another option to be a little bit 1.5 yard line versus the 3.
And I'm one of those, if I've ever have something like that happen, I automatically just go for it. But you've already got yourself, the extra point because Hobbs missed one.
Right.
So, I mean, the rule would say, you go for one here. But, I take two whenever I have a chance to make it easy.
They're going to put the tee about looks like the 13-yard line. So about a 23-yard field goal now for the 1 point. Snap was kind of behind, but they're going to get this kick off, and this one is going to sail just barely inside the right upright. It looked like the holder was hitting his helmet like, hey, this is screwed up, because it was kind of put behind him there, Trace Areola, but they do get it to go through. So Wildcats convert. We'll get the numbers on that return here in just a second. It's 21-13, an 8-point Lovington lead. Come back with us in 30 seconds on Cool 95.7 and on the web, YouTube.
Clear. Five, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, Watson Stadium. 21-13, your score. Lovington leads the Hobbs Eagles. And 2:39 showing on this clock. And we've had a lot of points scored in the last minute. 2 kickoff returns in a row. It's like two big heavyweight fighters starting to throw haymakers. And it's now time for Hobbs Eagles to start to return the punch here.
21-13, your score. That was an 85-yard kickoff return for Aguilera. That is his second TD of the ball game, as he also had one earlier in this ball game back in the first quarter where he caught a 17-yard pass for a TD, a speedy receiver as well. So good things going on for Aguilera in this one. So two kick returns for touchdowns. Of course, the Eagles get the longer one, 96 yards for Trevino, and then an 85-yarder for the Wildcats and Aguilera. The kick is on the way. It's going to sail back to the 10-yard line. The starburst, the man that caught it first was Van Landingham. He hands it around the left end to the 25, 30, 35, 40, near side, 45, 50, and spun around and going down finally is Brian Adonis. Or Adonis Bryant, excuse me. Flip those names back and forth there as he gets a big-time return as well. It was at the 12 where it started, and it gets all the way down to Lovington territory at the 46. So we're talking about 42 yards or so for Adonis. What a great job of moving up the field of that left hash.
And like I said, they're throwing haymakers here. Everybody's going for the big play, and that was a well-designed starburst. I really enjoyed seeing that.
First down and 10 for the Eagles at the 46 of the Wildcats. They're down by 8. Twins right and left. Back to pass. 4-step drop for Colton Graham as he rolls right. He's going to throw it on the run. On the out route, cut at the 30, 25, and down to the 22-yard line. That's going to be 27 yards for the Hobbs Eagles. And Frosto's the man to come up with it for the Eagles. That's his second 20-plus yarder here in the second half. He's got 3 catches for 49 yards.
And here we go. We've turned this into a track meet.
7 first downs for the Eagles. Hobbs 6 of 9 in the passing game. They hurry and line up at the 21 on the right hash. Man in motion, trip slide. 2 receivers right, the handoff up the middle, the 20, 15, 10, 5. It's still going in the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles. And that's going to be for 21 yards into the end zone as the Eagles score. Isaiah Lecone, we haven't seen much of here in the first half, comes up and gets a score quickly, and he sprints off the field with his Eagles.
You got to love a celebration when somebody's excited about that. that kid's in hog heaven right now.
3 rushes for 37 yards, his first in the second half. And the Eagles going to go for 1, or do you think they're going to come out of this and try to get it tied up? They're down by
They should.
2.
The numbers say go for 2 here, but they're lining up for extra point.
Colton Graham's the man that'll kick. Good snap. Kick is up, and it's off to the left. He shanked that completely. That's a boomerang to the wrong side that time. Not sure what happened. It looked like a good hold there.
And we got something going on because it looks like we're lining up again.
Might be a penalty marker here. Both teams are staying out on the field. The referee, white cap, talking to, looks like the umpire now.
And if we do have something happen where, we get another shot at this and we move closer, we got to go for 2.
It's a 2-point ball game, as you mentioned, 21-19 with 1:59 left, third quarter.
And the laundry's sitting right at the 3.
It's going to be a runoff for the official over to the sideline to talk to Coach Stevens. Not sure what that's all about. I guess it's going to be against Lovington, the way why he'd be talking to the coach. But usually you don't see the referee run off to the sideline.
I think what had happened, just judging from where that's sitting, I bet you they hit the snapper.
Yeah, and that's half the distance. I wouldn't think you'd want to take it unless you're going to go for 2 because you want to have a 15-yard on the kick return.
Well, he's sending personnel on the field, so I'm thinking they're going for 2 here.
Yeah, if that's the case, then they're going to take the half the distance, but they won't get a chance to add the 15 on the kickoff.
And the hanky was put down on the field right where the snapper was, and that tells me they probably ran over the snapper on the play.
I still haven't seen a signal down there yet, though.
No, I hadn't either.
Yeah, I think I just saw a personal foul, but it was a quick signal by the official.
Yeah.
That won't be a 15-yarder. It'll be half the distance, so it goes down to about a 1.5-yard pickup for the Eagles. They're going to go for it. Going to be a PAT attempt for 2, 21-19. Both trips right, receiver left. Shotgun for Colton Graham. He's got Lea County with back there, the guy that scored the TD. Rolling right is Graham. He wants to throw. He's going to spot it to the back line, but overthrows his receiver on the right side of the end zone on the rollout there. And unfortunately cannot convert on that one. So the Eagles gamble a little bit, still trail by 2. But had a man open on that back line, but unfortunately overthrows him as that pass was intended for Frosto. He's been one of the go-to guys in that receiving corps tonight.
Yeah, he has, and he was open, but you're trying to throw across your body between defenders, running at full speed while being chased. That's a hard throw to make for anybody, much less a high school player, but a lot of pros can't make that throw. And I almost liken that play to the one that Montana made against the Dallas Cowboys back in the 80s because it looked like it unfolded almost the exact same way, but unfortunately he couldn't find his own Dwight Clark in Fausto.
We'll take a quick 30-second timeout. Hobbs trailing Lovington 21-19. Come back with us in 30.
Clear.
You get us caught up on the Eunice Jowl, please, Ron.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Back in 15. Five, 3, 2, 1.
Back at Watson Stadium, the Hobbs Eagles trail by 2 after a 21-yard run for Lea County. They missed the 2-point conversion as the kickoff coming for Colton Graham from the 40 left hash. Put some air underneath it, end over end. Wildcats will catch it at the 26 in the left hash, trying to head outside. And about a yard return. That's about it for the Hobbs Eagles. Making the tackle for Hobbs, Isaiah Lea County. So he's playing some special teams wrap-up stuff too. As the catch was made for the Wildcats. Not much of a return, though, for Wyatt Gomez.
And that was a dangerous place to catch the ball. You know, I always coached my men, if somebody's poaching it into the wind like that and they're coming hard, you just fair catch it. You don't try to go anywhere with it. He kind of got away with one, I think.
First down and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 32 on the left hash. 1:56 left in the third, a 2-point lead for the Wildcats. They'll fake the handoff left, give it right, try to cut back, spinning at the 30 and getting dropped behind the line of scrimmage. A 2-yard loss for the backer, and that's going to be Rodriguez losing 2. And the man that gets in there first, coming from the linebacking core for the Eagles, that was Trey Jett, or actually the defensive end.
And you know who really made the play was number 44, Aldo Argot. Even though he didn't get the tackle, he kept the contain and made the runner come back to the defense.
Second tackle for Trey Jett on that play, and I'm kind of wondering why Rodriguez spun. He could have got a helmet right in the middle of the back. Second down and 8 from the 33. Man in motion to the left side, Twins left and right, three-step drop for Jeffrey out of the shotgun, looks right, now back to the left side. He's shuffling the feet, keeping it wide open to see who's going to get open for him. He's going to chuck it to the far side just to get rid of it, and throws it out about the 50-yard line. Nobody having a chance to catch that one. Boy, way too much time to throw. He was just kind of playing around back there, dancing around to see who could break open.
Absolutely. And I think we need to get some subs on the line and, defensively in there, because a lot of those linemen look like they stopped trying to fight and try to get through. I mean, I know it was a three-man rush, but if you're that tired, somebody needs to come in that's willing to at least try to fight through the blocks.
3rd down and 9 from the 33 on the left hash for the Wildcats on their side of the field. They lead by 2, 21-19. Twins left and right. Eagles have 3 in the front box defensively. Jeffrey fakes the handoff, rolls right, turns and fires the seam route down the middle of the field, over the shoulder, and a bunch of guys hitting the turf at the other end of the 30. 2 white Wildcat receivers in the middle of the field, and then 2 black defenders right in that same area. So almost a traffic jam going on there, but an incomplete pass.
Yeah, they got a little bit of pressure on him. They brought in Singleton, number 42. Hadn't been seeing him tonight. He's a 5'9 sophomore. He's listed as a linebacker, but they put him on the defensive line, and he had a lot of speed off the edge. He actually got some rush on the quarterback there.
Brings up a 4th down and 9, so the Wildcats definitely won't not go for it with this situation. Only up by 2, I would think, but you never know. Twins right and left. They have a late sub running on the field, getting there just in time, and he's got the strap up to be ready to play here. I think that was Joseph Perez, one of their wide receivers. They bring him out of motion left to right, and they're going to go ahead and punt it quickly, though. The Eagles didn't have anybody back, as Jeffrey's going to get a bad roll, though, because it's going to go towards the end zone. Wait, it might stop. No, it goes in. Whoa, luckily for the Eagles. Almost stopped at the 1-yard line on that right hash. That would have been a terrible situation for Hobbs, but Jeffrey gets a little bit too much mustard on that punt, and that was a quick kick for him as they were trying to put a lot of motion to that right side and ended up just punting over the top.
And that's actually designed as part of their special teams. That's what they do. I mean, they've ran that every time, whether they punt or not. It looks the same. They can run fakes out of it. They can run kicks out of it. It's kind of like the old swinging gate. It can become anything it wants to become.
Second punt for the Wildcats. Eagle football now, 1st and 10 from their own 20 with 48 seconds left in the 3rd. Lovington up 21-19. Eagles will put 2 receivers left and right. And we got Colton Graham trying to move his receiver over just a bit. Finally gets him to do it. Good snap, 3-step drop, has pressure, steps up in the pocket, rolls right. He's going to get saddled from behind and drop for a 5-yard loss on the right hash at the 15.
And the last thing you want to see as a Hobbs Eagle is your lineman looking back to see if the quarterback's sacked. I mean, if you're turning your back to the defenders, that means you let them through. And right there, they didn't give the quarterback much of a chance.
That was Craig Alexander, the defensive end for the Wildcats. 5-yard loss for Graham.
And this is such a big drive right now. I mean, you're trailing by 2, 3rd quarter's winding down. We need to put something on the board.
Man in motion, trips left now. They'll give the man to the slot, the ball to the right to left. He gets spun around and tries to cut it back. Frost to the left hash and tries to dive back to the line of scrimmage. He might have got lucky to get back to that line of scrimmage, and he's wrapped up to finish up the quarter. Tackle for the Wildcats on the play by Trace Areola. That is the end of the 3rd, so the Hobbs Eagles not getting much movement on the ball in this series. They'll have a 3rd and long coming up. Start the 4th quarter down 21-19 for the Wildcats. We'll be back in 60 seconds on Cool 95.7, YouTube, and HobbsAmerica.com.
Clear.
Got a score? What was that not confirmed stuff?
Well, Tiffany doesn't know what it is. I'm trying to get Steve to give me the score, but he hasn't got it to me yet. She gave me a score of 34-21, but that doesn't make sense. All right, coming back in 5, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Watson Field. 4th quarter action about to start here. Lovington with a 21-19 lead. Hobbs with the ball here to start the 4th quarter, and a lot of action with a little bit of rain on the field now. A lot of action left, but man, this is what you want in a rivalry game. This is exciting tonight.
Hobbs trying to get their record to 1-1. Of course, Lovington could go 2-0 with the win here tonight after that big 34-point victory over Rio Doso, and Hobbs losing the heartbreaker 14-10 to Clovis. And they said that game last week, the 24 total points, was their lowest amount since 2005 between those two teams, that 15-year history with that. So Again, kind of a back and forth. I think a little bit more offensive action in this one compared to that game last week in Clovis.
Oh, yeah, and right now both teams are licking their chops. Both teams feel like they've got the momentum. They're striking each other back and forth, and this is going to be really exciting to watch, Ty.
Brian, how big is this play series here for the Eagles? They got a third down about 13 at their own 16-yard line. Down by
I think
2.
they got to get it out of the back of the end zone, because if we don't get much yardage on this play and we're forced to punt from that far back, you're going to give Lovington great field position.
2 receivers left and right. Third down and 13 from the 16. Back to pass. Graham's going to get flushed out of the pocket to the right. He's got some serious pressure. He's going to get slammed down at the 1-yard line by the shirt, the sleeve, and he's going to lose a lot on that one. He started at the 16 and dropped at the 1. It's taken him some time to pull himself off the turf that time, and boy, kind of a big kid going after him too. Really putting a lot of speed on that one.
And that's not what you wanted to happen there, but indeed. Now we're forced to punt, and we're sitting at the 4-yard line. It's Lovington's probably going to end up probably about the 35, 40-yard line. You do have wind at your back. Actually, you did a few minutes ago. Now the wind looks like it's dying down.
Alex Trammell with the sack on that one. A 15-yard loss, actually 14 because it was dropped at the 2-yard line. All three of the, I wouldn't say that was a carry, but all three of the plays that Graham has had on the running game have been negatives in this second half. The punt will come from the middle of the end zone, almost blocked. They'll take a roll for the Eagles at the 40, but still on their side. A roll to the 50 and into Lovington territory now. Eagles will stop it dead as gets just shy of the 45, and it looked like trying to help it along with the wind there. Adonis Bryant had both of his hands down there trying to, I guess, have Mother Nature push it some more wind from his fingertips that time.
I'll have to ask him if he thinks that works real well.
Second punt of the game for the Eagles. And now Lovington's got some great field position, about 4 yards shy of the mid-stripe there. Update on that final score from the Eunice-Jowl contest tonight.
Final score, Eunice 34, Jowl 21. So it looks like the Cardinals are going to win the south part of Lea County Battle right there.
Eunice goes to 2-0 and Jowl at 2-0. First and 10 for the Wildcats at their own 46. Jeffrey's going to roll right on the far sideline. Throws a high out route near the first down marker, but way too high. Couldn't get up on the ladder quick enough that time. Is a good defense out there by Adonis Bryant as he gets up high as well against Tate Hilliard. No chance to come down with that one, though.
But if you've noticed, now we talked about pressure in the first half, and that's what was lacking. Now that we're getting pressure, every throw is not accurate. So even though there's still open people, he's not able to hit them every time.
They're 14 of 29 in the passing game now for the Wildcats. They opened up. I think they were like 5 for 5 in the first quarter.
And 10 of 15 at one point.
Second out and 10 now from the 46-yard line. Shotgun. Jeffrey's going to take it up the middle. Looks for some room. Heads outside to the 45 on the hash and into Hobbs Eagle territory at the 49, it looks like. And he's going to get a 5-yard pickup, make it 6-7 now for Jeffrey as the officials inch it up for him. Now he's had 4 carries in the second half for 40, or make that 57 yards and a total over the game of 83.
And this is a big play right here.
Third down and 3 from the Eagle 47. Shotgun, Jeffrey by himself. Come back to the 50, caught on the left wing to the 40, 35, up the middle to the 33, and that'll be a first down pickup.
And I hate to say it, they missed a block in the back on the near side because one of the Hobbs defenders broke free and was about to make a tackle, and they shoved him right in the back and got him out of the way.
16-yard reception for the Wildcats on that one, and that was Isaac Henson that comes up with it. So Henson has his third catch for 25 total yards, 15th reception for the Wildcats, and that's on 30 attempts. And that will be the 12th first down. First and 10 from the Eagle 33. Wildcat ball with 9:57 ticking. They're up by 2, 21-19. Trips right, Twins left. They send him out of motion left to right. Little flip to him. Coming around the right end of the slot back. Tries to cut it back on the right hash. Continues to power ahead as he gets up for some positive yardage. Trace Areola back to the middle of the field. He's going to get 6 on that carry.
Right now with the second down and about 5 here, Lovington's been keeping it on the ground a lot more. This is going to be a critical play. Hobbs Eagles, who had a great run defense in the first half, now starting to get gashed.
Second down and 5. So a 5-yard pickup for the Wildcats from the 27. Handoff, cutting out to the right side, to the far is the 25, and going down after a gain of 4 on the play is the running back. That's Rodriguez. He's going to be short of the first down by about 2 yards.
They force another third down, but we have to get a stop in order for that to mean something.
Clock now getting ticking here at 8:58. 21-19 Lovington over the Hobbs Eagles. Third down and a long 1.5. Twins left, receiver right for the Wildcats at the Eagle 25. By himself is Jeffrey in the backfield. Takes the shotgun, 2-step drop. Come back, curl route to the 15, spinning and getting out. Looks like drop back to the 16 now. That's going to be about an 8-yard pickup for Hilliard off the catch.
Not a lot of pressure right there.
Hilliard now with 4 catches for 15 yards. That will move the chains again. 13 first downs for Lovington and keeping that clock moving as well. I don't think they have a big enough lead to win the game just on moving the clock at this point, but at the same time, they love to put some more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think the points are really critical. Hobbs really needs to keep them out of the end zone.
1st and 10 from the Eagles 16. Twins left and right. Shotgun. Jeffrey steps up. Quarterback keeper tries to spin, and he'll be dropped at the 17. Didn't get back to line of scrimmage. Will lose about a yard on the play. Bunch of black jerseys to get in there.
And a great job by the defensive end out there again. Did the same thing. Forced him back inside, and I think that was Hensley again. It was.
And making the tackle, Trey Jett, the defensive end. That's his 3rd of the ball game. Jeffrey gets about a yard on the carry. And that'll be a 2nd down and 9 again from the 15 this time. Twins left, receiver right. Jeffrey with a high snap, handoff, and met in the backfield. The Eagles crunching in quickly, trying to go to the left side, and getting smashed up was Marcus Rodriguez. He's going to lose a couple more.
And that was Hensley again. Great job there by Hensley.
That's his 4th tackle of the ball game. 3rd down and 12.5 now for the Wildcats. With 7:20 left in this 4th quarter, they lead Eagles by 2.
And they brought in the speed rusher again, Kenyon Singleton.
Ball's now back at the 19-yard line. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Shotgun, 3-step drop for Jeffrey. Rolling right, now going to pin it back to the 35, spins back to the left side, moves up to the 25. He's going to chuck it to the left corner of the end zone, and a man waiting for it on the back line, making the catch. Kind of curled back just a little bit, and that is a touchdown. That'll be looks like a 17-yard TD pass from Jeffrey, who's had plenty of time to unload that towards the back of the end zone.
Trying to get a number for you. But that play strung out forever, had all the time in the world.
So that's a 17-yard play for the the Lovington Wildcats. The PAT is going to be pretty important here for the Wildcats to continue to inch up in this lead. I believe that was Hilliard yes, it was Hilliard that made the 17-yard TD reception. He was just kind of floating near that back line, just waiting for somebody to throw him the football, and Jeffrey did step up and do that.
Yeah, he was wedged in the gap, and it seemed like that ball was in the air forever from where he threw it.
That was his 2nd touchdown reception of this ball game. Kick is up inside the left upright and good as it's put through for the Wildcats. So the lead expands to a 9-point lead for the Wildcats, 28-19 with exactly 7 minutes remaining. The Eagles would love to get in one of those big run backs. We had a kickoff return for a touchdown for Trevino. Could he do it again? We'll be back in 60 seconds to find out.
You are clear. We're back in 25. Ten. 5. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Watson Stadium. Ty friend Brian Coltrane, should I say Coach Coltrane, here with us tonight up in the press box. And We'll be together next week as well with the Carlsbad matchup as Lovington will kick off, leading 28-19 after a score. Contreras will boot it down to the 20 on the left hash. Starburst, what the Eagles just did a few minutes ago. Ethan Van Nottingham hands it off. And not much going on this time. Lovington snoops it out because they saw that touchdown run back for 96 yards just a few minutes back. Van Landingham was the man that started it, and he also tucked it and tried to go up the field. Not much on that one, maybe a yard or so.
And I think he probably made the right decision because it looked like every person he could have handed it off to seemed to be covered.
Marking at the 20.5-yard line. Eagles on the left hash. Not a lot of time to deal with. 6:54. This has got to be kind of a quick strike offense, wouldn't you think, down by 9?
Absolutely. I think we're forced now that we have to abandon a large part of our run game, and we're going to have to actually hit some quick hitters here.
Trips left, 2 receivers right, man in motion from left to right. Fake the handoff to him, give it around the left end instead to the kid that's got some speed into the far sideline. Of course, he got a touchdown earlier. He gets positive yardage there. Lea Cohn, as he was angling left to the sideline, but they're going to say his knee went down after just a 1-yard pickup at the 21.5.
Yeah, there wasn't much doing there. He started trying to bounce it. They got to the sideline and had it covered.
Lea Cohn had a 21-yard touchdown run earlier in this half. Second down and 9 from the 22. Eagles are going to look to the sideline for the play call now. Twins left and right. Shotgun for Colton Graham. High snap. Delay handoff up the gut. Lea Cohn is going to get it again, this time straight to the right gap, and he's going to get maybe to the 25. Looks like the official will mark it there. And
this is a big third down coming up. Eagles are going to have to get about 6 for the first down, or this drive ends, and we're going to give Lovington good territory again.
Lea Cohn now with a total of 5 carries for 41 yards. Third down and 6, as you mentioned, at the 25-yard line. Eagles trail by 9 with 6:15 remaining, 28-19. Shotgun. Back to pass on the comeback route to the 25, 30. On the left hash, 35, 40. And down at the 40-yard line. It'll be a positive gain of 15 for the Eagles. And that's connected for Caleb Hedrick. So 15-yard pickup, his third catch for 17 yards.
And that's the play that I called for again earlier. I said that was there, and they came back to it, and sure enough, they got a good first down.
Hurry up offense, the 8th first down for the Eagles at their own 40. Trailing by 9, though. Middle of the field, back to pass, 3-step drop. Dancing around is Colton. Graham's going to go up the right hash with the run, 45, and slides on his butt for a 5-yard pickup. He did not want to take a helmet to the chest.
And he had a couple open receivers, but they were way out on the far side. And when he had to start running toward the near side, there was no way he was going to see him.
That was his first positive carry here in the second half, but he was dropped in the backfield several times as the pressure came at him. Second down and 5 from the 45. 28-19 your score in favor of Lovington with 5:32 remaining. Twins left and right, shotgun. Graham going to fire with the slant to the 50 into Lovington territory and down to the 47-yard line. 8-yard pickup, and once again, Hedrick gets another one. That's his 4th catch now.
It's nice to see the Hobbs Eagles air attack starting to come alive here in the fourth quarter.
4 catches for 25 yards now for Hedrick. 1st and 10. That's their 9th first down. Knocking at the door into Lovington territory at the 47. Pair of receivers left and right again. Shotgun for Graham. 2-step, 3-step. Turns and fires. Curl route to the 40. And that will be an 8-yard, make it 9. Just coming up with the catch that time was Kirkendall.
I think Graham's kind of settled in there. He's, a lot more calm in the pocket because he knows this is important, and he's not trying to just force a play. He's just taking what they're giving him.
Second catch for 17 for Kirkendall. I think they might do a measurement on this one. It's going to be short, possibly, but are they going to bring the chains in on this one?
The angle I'm looking at, it looks like it's obvious the first down. You can see the marker is at the inside between the 36 and 37, and the ball was sitting inside the 36. So
here come the chains.
It should be by a good 8 or 9 inches.
They'll come out and make a measurement. Clock stop with 4:52 remaining. Eagles trail Lovington 28-19. Of course, last year, 26-0 Lovington winning that game with the Battle of Lea County. Not going to be that way this year by any means. Fan just yells out, you can see it from here. Yeah, the whole crowd could hear that comment.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I agreed with them.
So that'll be a 10-yard pickup for Kirkendall. Moves the chains, the 10th first down for the Eagles.
If anything, though, it made the clock stop and gave us a chance to completely set up while they reset up the chains.
9-4-12 are the Eagles. 1st and 10 from the Wildcat 37. Down by 9, trips right with 2 receivers left by himself. Low snap for Graham. He's able to pick it up and roll right. He's going to be met in the backfield, though. He's going to lose 7 yards, and he got swamped on the near sideline in front of the Hobbs Eagle bench. But so because of the low snap, though, not his fault. He tried to get it up as best he could, but he's brought down first by Craig Alexander and a bunch of other jerseys on top.
Not a whole lot you can do there when the moment you get the ball off the turf, you're already being chased. It's a hard thing for a quarterback to have to deal with.
Loss of 5 on the play. Eagles have to call the timeout to get the clock stopped with 4:34 remaining. We'll take a 30-second break. Eagles trailing 28-19 to the Wildcats. Come back in half a minute on Cool 95.7, YouTube at HobbsAmerica.com.
Clear. Coming back in 5, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Watson Field. 28-19 to score. Lovington leading the Hobbs Eagles. Hobbs Eagles starting to threaten here, trying to make a comeback here in the fourth quarter as both teams have lined up and play getting ready to resume with 4:34 on the clock.
Eagles will be set at the 41. Twins left and right, shotgun to Graham back at the 50, steps up. He's going to run up the right hash, 40, 35, continues to drag some players down with him to the 32-yard line. That's going to be, looks like 12 yards, make it 11 as he's going not to move the chains. That's his first positive carry of the second half. He saw the gap up the middle. That was designed to get him up there to get back some of those yardage that they lost on some of the sacks.
And even though we're in no huddle, we're not really sitting there operating with a lot of expediency. We need to get lined up and go.
3rd down and 5 for the Eagles at the Wildcat 32 on the right hash. Twins left and right, shotgun to Graham. Back at the 40, back to the 42. Rolls right, fires to the out route. The ball's loose at the 20, incomplete. And right behind the intended receiver, 2 number 14s battling it out. Caden Trevino going on the out route to the near sideline. And the ball was punched out from behind by Tate Hilliard, incomplete.
And it looks like Graham is shaking up on the play. He just had to be helped up off the field. He's going back to the huddle, but he don't feel very good after getting that hit.
We'll stop the clock, though, on the incomplete. 3:56 left. Hobbs down by 9, 28-19.
And this is the play of the game right here. It's 4th and 6. If you don't complete this first down, it's probably over.
Lovington's had 3 touchdowns here in the second half, 2 for the Hobbs Eagles, including a 96-yard kickoff return by Trevino. 4th down and 5 for the Eagles at the 31. Shotgun, Graham, back to the 40. Scampers back to the 45. Throws it on the run to the near side out of the 32. Not much on that one. Going to be about a 4-yard pickup. And the catch was made by Lea County, but not much more than he needed. He only got a 4 on that one. And that's going to be short by about 6 yards. So it will be a turnover on downs for the 3rd time in this ball game.
At this point, Hobbs is going to have to take some risks. 3:51 on the clock. Your used timeouts already. You're going to have to bring the house and try to force something to happen.
Eagles are 10 of 14 in the passing game. And it'll be Lovington football. Probably just going to run this clock as much as they can with 3:51 remaining. Eagles do have 2 timeouts that they can use. So that hopefully will help them out a little bit. 1st and 10 from the 32 for the Wildcats. Trips left, receiver right, single setback. Jeffrey's going to hand it off, run some clock to the 30, 35, angle left to the 37. Gain of 5 on the play.
And the run blitz looked like they had an opportunity to get him down in the backfield, and they just missed him.
So 5 converted on that one. As that will go. And a tackle was made on the play for the Eagles by Seth Blakely, his second. As getting the positive yardage for the Wildcats, Trace Areola.
And, of course, the Wildcats running the clock here. They're huddling. They're waiting. They're watching the referee.
Areola now with 19 yards on 4 carries. 2nd down and 5 from the 37. Trips right, receiver left. Go back to Areola. Goes to the left side and just lets the pile get on top of him. He knows he can run as much clock as he needs. Got to get about a yard gain on that one as he gets to about the 38.
So a stop here is needed, and this is the 3rd down play where you want to make it happen because surely they'll punt afterwards. So what do you do here? I mean, is Lovington going to pass the ball and take the risk of a stop clock, or are they going to keep it on the ground, but risking losing yards because they know you're going to have to stop a run defense?
Well,
It's a little chess match here.
I think Jeffrey's a good runner, too, at the quarterback. I think he can just kind of see what he's got and tuck it and go if he needs to and pick up those 4.5 that he needs for the first.
Yeah.
Lovington does have 13 first downs in this game. They're on the left hash with a 3rd down and about 4.5. Trips left, receiver right, back to pass. Jeffrey, 3-step drop, throws the out route or curl route at the 45, near side, but it's off the outstretched hands of his receiver. He got kind of a sandwich, too, the receiver did, by 2 Hobbs Eagle defenders intended for Isaac Henson.
And Aldo Argot right there giving the pressure on the quarterback, forcing the throw. So here we are, 4th down. Surely they're going to punt here.
Nice double-team pressure on the near sideline. Helping out was Braden Strickland. And that missing number 21 we've talked about, he's going to take a seat now as coming in for the Eagles D, Isaiah Montez, for the punt coverage. So looks like Lovington brings out their boot crew with a 4th down and 4 with 2:13 remaining here in the 4th. They lead Hobbs 28-19.
But we're not sending anybody deep to cover the punt.
Snap is good. Kick for the left hash, high in the air. Wobbler. Ball's going to bounce at the 30, and the Wildcats get a piece of it. Hobbs going to pick it up to 40, 45, 50, into Wildcat territory at the 40, into 35, breaks the tackle 30, 25, and down to the 22. What a great state of mind to keep with the football as the Wildcat looked like he touched it, and scooping and going was Adonis Bryant. What a beautiful play for him. Started about the 37, and takes up some big real estate, continued up on that left sideline.
And that was a dangerous risk because that ball was bouncing around, and it looked like Lovington was just waiting for an opportunity to down it, and Adonis Bryan just went there, scooped it up, and ran.
About 41 yards on the return, gets some great field position at the 23 in Lovington territory. 1:57 left here in the 4th, the 28-19 Lovington lead.
And this is not over, folks.
1st and 10 from the 22. Twins left and right, shotgun, back to pass. Colton looking for it down the middle of the field. The post route caught at the 2 and trying to roll it for the touchdown. It's going to be stopped at the 1-yard line. So a 21-yard pickup for the Eagles. Frosto, 21 yards on the catch. That's his 3rd catch here in the 2nd half. All 20-plus yards on each of them. 1st down for the Eagles. They're 11th. They're going to do a pile-up and go right up the gut. It's going to be in for the touchdown or not. Still no
they're
indication.
Saying no, which means you need to start lining up right now. He dove forward. Looked like he had it to me.
That was
nobody signaled.
Colton Graham tried to get ahead the best he could. They're going to give him maybe a half a yard on the play.
Clock is ticking, folks. You got to line up.
2nd down and goal. The fans are screaming, hurry up. Eagles have twins left and right of the receivers. Colton Graham again going to angle right, trying to back it in, trying to get the push, and he does get the push, and the official is going to get the touchdown signal finally. Boy, it was taking a second for them to get the signal up, but the Eagles score. Colton Graham 1 yard out for the TD.
And you're right about that. Also, the same thing was happening with the clock. It was still ticking while we were waiting for a sign from the crew.
Finally gets stopped, though, after the touchdown with 1:18 remaining, 28-25. Boy, we're going to have an onside kick coming up very quickly here, Coach.
Yeah, and you definitely go for 1 here. There's no reason to go for 2.
So Hobbs trailing by 3. As we get ready for Colton Graham to do the boot for the Eagles. He is the quarterback, the kicker.
Head cook and bottle washer.
That's true. Holding will be Demetrius Frosto. The kick is up, and the kick is off to the right. No good. Now, he took some pretty big bangs on those running plays back-to-back there, so that might have taken a little bit of umph out of him. But still, the game is not out of reach, just a 3-point deficit. We're going to take a 30-second break. Hobbs trailing Lovington 28-25 with 1:18 remaining here in the 4th. Stay with us live on Cool, also on YouTube.
Clear. Three, two, one, go.
Welcome back, Watson Field. 1:18 left in the game, and the Eagles trailing the Wildcats by 3 here. And we're looking at an onside kick situation or a pooch kick. There's really no wind at this point. and we're going to have to find some way to try to get the ball back here with 1:18 on the clock.
Thanks to our sponsors of Hobbs Eagle Football, TDS, Lee County State Bank, 8-Tech Air Conditioning, Thriftway Grocery, Forest Tire, Bobby Shaw Realty, First American Bank, Lasco Construction, Gateway Insurance Financial, Devon Energy, and Robinson & Associates. The Eagles will be kicking off from their 40. They trail by 3. Missing the PAT made this a little bit more interesting as it'll be kicked from the left hash. It looks like Colton Graham's having a few words for the official there at the 40-yard line, and not sure what they're talking about, but the Sure Hands team definitely on the field for the Lovington Wildcats, the receivers. So here we go. Big play for the Eagles as they trail by 3 with 1:18 remaining. Got to keep this thing in play as Hobbs would like to try to get back in this ball game after losing last year 26-0, much closer this time. Keeps it on a little bouncer. It gets caught at the 47 and quickly dropping down low for the Wildcats to keep control of it. Appeared to be on that right hash, Marcus Rodriguez, the running back. So Lovington will have some great field position, whether it matters at all. They're just going to be running clock here.
I think he was just trying to pooch it over the second level of that line and hopefully chase it down at about the 30. I think they were expecting to go over that guy's head, and they were going to try to race him down, but didn't occur. Kick didn't quite get there.
So 1st and 10 right on the right hash of the 47-yard line. Lovington football. Eagles have two timeouts, I believe, left here in this fourth quarter. Shotgun to Jeffrey. Hands up the right wing to the 50, 45, 40, and the right hash, and that'll be a first down pickup for 16 on the carry for the Wildcats. That was Marcus Rodriguez who picks up the 16.
And you're going to have to call a timeout here.
Make that 14 first downs for the Wildcats, and you're right, there will be a timeout. We'll keep it right here as the coaching staff walking down the field for the Hobbs Eagles. So 3-point lead, 28-25. That should drop the Eagles to a one timeout situation here. Now, of course, you're going to try to go for the strip, but I'm kind of surprised that Jeffrey continues to do the shotgun. But if you're confident, I guess you keep doing what you do best.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a coach's creed. You do what you do. You don't change for situations unless you've practiced it. I don't know if they have an under center package. Hadn't seen one. I wouldn't suspect that they're going to put one in the middle of a game without having practiced it. That's for sure.
We mentioned earlier the Eunice Cardinals getting their second win of the season, defeating Jal, another battle going on in Lee County, 34-21. Panthers now 1-1 on the season, Eunice to 2-0. Tomorrow, Tatum will be in their second game of the season. They are playing all Saturday games this year. Don't forget Hobbs Lady Eagle volleyball tomorrow at 2 and 6 at Tasker. We'll have those games on YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com, both on the internet there, so check those out. And I'll be stepping in for Coach Coltrane on that one tomorrow. Of course, you're the voice of the Hobbs Lady Eagle volleyball team.
I tell you what, they are a treat to watch. They did a really good job knocking off the undefeated Artesia Lady Bulldogs a couple days ago.
After losing the first game and come back and win the next 3. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the Eagle 36. Back to pass. Jeffrey's going to roll right, going to run some clock. Backs out to his side of the field to 40, comes back to the 50, and the clock continues to run. He's going to lose a lot on this play, but that was intended. 13-yard loss as he is dropped in the backfield.
I don't know if you say it was intended, but he was looking to throw at first. I mean, he tucked it really quick and ran around, but I don't know if that was the actual intention there.
Yeah, I think you're right. He was looking for the pass, but after a while I noticed that clock was going to be to his advantage. So
yeah.
I believe he was dropped in the backfield by Omar Argot. So that will be minus 13 on the play, and the clock is running now with stopped, I should say, during the timeout. 54 seconds remaining, 28-25. Wildcats up by 3.
We lost the tie line.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Getting back here live. Sorry, I had a little technical hiccup there as we still have a timeout on the field. So that's going to make it a 2nd down and 23 for the Wildcats. And Eagles are done with their timeout, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Jeffrey doing the same thing again. Not as far back as he was that time, but at least getting some positive yardage and keeping that clock running from the ground game.
No, they're definitely going to have to, give us the ball if they don't get a first down. They have to run one play. We can't stop the clock the first one, but the second one we will. 2nd
down and 23 for the Wildcats at the 50-yard line. Jeffrey's going to back up and then just dance around a little bit to get the defenders to come after him, then kneels down. And a lot of extracurriculars coming, a couple of guys flying over the top Going to be a loss of 7, make it 9 now for Jeffrey on that one. But he's going to take those minus problems there as the clock's going to be his advantage. Clock down to 30 seconds remaining, and Hobbs down by 3, 28-25. They cannot stop this. Like you said, though, let's see if there's enough time. Nope, it's just not going to be a good situation here.
What I'm wondering is when the ball's down, why haven't they started the play clock? Maybe we're just not keeping the play clock, and the referees
field.
are.
Yep.
That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Wildcat fans getting loud on the other side of the field now. Clock is down to 8 seconds. There should be a delay of game here. I don't think they had the enough to.
But nobody started the play clock.
Yep, something happened with this. They should not have been able to run the clock
I have a feeling right now, they didn't start the play clock until they got down to about 8.
Coach Stevens is out on the field along with the team going, what the heck? There should have been at least one stoppage for a delay of game and then have to run one more play. That's a question mark. Coach Stevens is arguing that point.
When the play was over, there was 36 seconds on the clock, and the ball was sitting there set up for 36 seconds.
Coach Stevens is out the middle of the field. He's got a good point. There's no way that should not have been a delay of game and then one more play for Lovington.
Well, here's the thing. None of the referees signaled the play clock to start. That's what I kept waiting for.
Now, when a team runs out of timeouts, I know a lot of times, referees will think, hey, this game's over. They can't stop it anymore. But you still got to keep your focus on what's going on out there.
Well, I had done the math. There's math you can calculate to see whether you're going to be able to do that. And I knew that we were going to get the ball back. We were going to have about 5-6 seconds on the clock after the punt.
They're calling it over. That's it. So 28-25 the final. Hobbs dropping to 0-2 on the season. 2 close games, 4-point loss last week, 3 this week, as the Wildcats improved to 2-0 here coming to Watson Stadium. So again, final score 28-25. The Eagles unfortunately losing here in the Lea County Battle. Again, a 3-point loss. We'll take a 3-minute break, come back with the Hobbs Eagle postgame show on Cool 95.7 on the radio, the Cool 95.7 app, HobbsAmerica.com, and YouTube on the internet.
You are clear. One minute.
Give me another minute, please.
Okay. 20 seconds.
Add another minute.
Will do. $30. $10. $5, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Watson Stadium, the Hobbs Eagle postgame show on Cool 95.7 on the web, also HobbsAmerica.com and YouTube and the Cool 95.7 app. Ty Friend, Brian Coltrane, Ron Gunner back at the station tonight. Eagles lose a hard-fought battle here at Watson, 28-25 to go to 0-2 on the season as the Wildcats go to 1-1. Before we get to the stats, Coach, difference in this ball game, I mean, it seemed pretty even throughout much of it. In fact, in the second half, there was a total of 3 touchdowns for both teams. I mean, it was just 7-7 at halftime, so very equal and even ball game through much of it. Hobbs was down by 9 in the fourth quarter, but came back to make it a close one.
The difference in the game is missed extra points, special teams. And you get those extra points, and it's a different ball game for sure.
I think a lot of it had to do with, at least on that last series, of course, we saw a couple of rushes there, finally scoring for the Eagles. The quarterback, Colton Graham, that last kick that he had on the PAT went off to the right. We saw one of those earlier. He's putting a lot of effort out there, and he's always last week he had all 14 of the Hobbs Eagle points. This time he had quite a bit involvement as well with the offense. So it takes a lot out of you, and then you have to go and kick after the play.
Oh, absolutely. It's very difficult to do that and be the center focus point of the offense, especially when you're getting hit a lot, and then have to come back and try to do the special teams as well. It happens. It is what it is. But it's an identifiable thing, and that one moment doesn't cost you the entire game. There were other mistakes made in the game, but that's the most glaring one right now that just kind of sits out at you. You hit all 3 of those, and we're sitting here in overtime figuring it out.
Taking a look at the stats here in this unofficially for the Lovington Wildcats. Their top rusher is Jared Jeffrey, the quarterback, 13 carries for 62 yards. His long in the game was a 28-yarder in the second half. Marcus Rodriguez finishes with 13 carries for 33 yards. Also getting in positive territory for the Wildcats was Trace Areola, finishing with 5 carries for 19 yards. A couple other guys that jump in as well. Adam Aguilera with a 6-yard carry, and also Joseph Perez, a 1-yard carry. 32 rushing attempts for the Wildcats, make it 33 for 121 yards on the ground. In the passing department, they had a total of 8 receivers catching passes tonight from the arm, of course, of Jared Jeffrey. Just going down the list here, Isaac Henson, 3 for 25. Also, Trace Areola had 2 for 16. Jared Jeffrey caught one of his own pass deflections across the line of scrimmage for 5 yards. That was in the first half. Tate Hilliard, another big night for him, 5 catches for 32 yards, 2 TD receptions for 4 and 17 yards in the victory. Javier Corrales pulled down 2 for 23. Marcus Rodriguez, the running back, coming out of the backfield for 2 for 12. A touchdown reception for Adam Aguilera. He had 17 on the game in terms of receptions. And finally, last but not least, Joseph Perez had a catch for 7 yards. So they had a total of, 17 receptions out of 33 attempts for 127 yards in the passing game. A total yardage package tonight, rushing and passing combined, of 248 for the Lovington Wildcats. 2 punts in the game, just 1 interception on the turnover, a turnover on downs. And they had 4 penalties, keeping it pretty clean in this game for a total of 31.5 yards on 4 penalties. So that's the numbers for the Wildcats. Also include their 14 first downs in the ball game. And let's remember, too, that first quarter where they controlled all but 149. The complete offensive production in that first quarter belonged to them.
You know, that was a big thing for this game. When you come out and you force your will on somebody else, you know what they're going to be able to move the ball. They did that, and they executed very well. They took what we gave them. And then when Hobbs ended up changing the game, when they started putting more pressure, you know, unfortunately, at that point, the game wasn't long enough for it to really, you know, take effect because you've already ate up one whole quarter running the ball well. So I think Hobbs made the adjustments they're supposed to make. I think Coach Stevens' crew did a good job. They never gave up. They battled back every time, even when they were down all the points in the fourth quarter with minutes left, and it, you know, looked pretty bleak. They fought back to, you know, bring it to within a onside kick, and that's all you can ask from your team. They played.
Well, let's take a look at the Hobbs Eagles stats. And first in the rushing game, quite a few guys got to touch the football from the backfield in this one. Leading rusher in this one, Frosto, 4 for 43 on the ground. Thompson was 7 for 40. Lea County had 5 for 39, including that 21-yard touchdown scamper. Very important part of the Eagles' offense in this one. Colton Graham was dropped in the backfield several times tonight, 13 carries for -2. So 4 guys getting a chance to run the pigskin in this one. 29 carries, 120 yards in the rushing department. Passing game kind of silent here tonight, Coach. They only finished up with 11 catches. A couple of guys getting 4 apiece. Frosto, 4 for 70. He had 3 for 20-plus in the second half, 21, 21, and 27. Other people getting receptions. Caleb Hedrick, 4 for 25. Lee Cove coming out of the backfield, a catch for 4. And Kirkendall had 2 for 18 yards. So 11 catches, 117 yards for the Eagles. They were 11 of 15 in the passing department. So 117 for the pass, 120 for the rush for 237 yards compared to 248 for the Wildcats. So pretty close. It's an 11-yard differential there against the winning team tonight. They did manage 5 penalties in this ball game for 50 yards, had 2 punts, 3 turnovers on downs, which I think was a big factor in this contest, but did manage 11 first downs compared to 14 for the Lovington Wildcats. So stats are kind of balanced in pretty much quite a few categories tonight.
Yeah, but it didn't really get balanced on the passing side for us till the end. We got all of those passing yards pretty much on that last drive that we did to come down and score, which was a very effective drive. And I was very impressed with the calm of the quarterback on that drive. He settled in and kept his team in the ball game. You know, you got to do that the whole game, and those are learning steps. Those are the steps that Coach Stevens is coaching, and that's what he's going to expect from his team going forward.
In the scoring in this game, first quarter, Aguilera for the Wildcats got a 17-yard pass from Jared Jeffrey, 149 mark of the first quarter. Lovington led 7-0. Eagles tied up in the second quarter with 2:50 remaining before half. A 1-yard run for Graham. It's tied it up at 7-7. That was the halftime score. Third quarter, Lovington strikes back. A 4-yard pass from Jeffrey to Hilliard. At the 3:27 mark, it was 14-7 Lovington. Just about 18 seconds later, it was a big 96-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for Trevino for the Hobbs Eagles. And they were trailing at that point, but getting within a point, missed the PAT, was 14-13. Lovington comes back and scores off right a second or few later, 85-yard kickoff return for Aguilera, making it 21-13. 8-point lead at that point. Hobbs did score one more time in the third quarter, and that was a Lea County 21-yard scamper, made it 21-19. Hobbs missed the PAT on that one, so several of those PATs you mentioned, Coach, did make a little bit of a difference there. That was 1:59 left in the third quarter. It was a 2-point Lovington lead. Both teams did score in the fourth. A 17-yard pass to Hilliard from Jeffrey in the fourth for Lovington made it 28-19. Hobbs comes back about 5 minutes later, actually, as Graham gets another touchdown, his second of the ball game, another 1-yard run like he had back in the second quarter. Eagles missed the kick on the PAT, and that was the difference, 28-25. So we did see some back and forth. You take this, we'll take that in terms of scoring. Went Lovington Hobbs, Lovington Hobbs, Lovington Hobbs, Lovington Hobbs, exactly right down the line in this one.
Yeah, it was a great game to watch. I mean, you wanted an exciting game. We talked about it. It's going to be an exciting game. I said they're probably going to fight it, you know, have a track meet and then go back and forth. Sure enough, it was everything that we expected and more. You know, you want your Hobbs Eagles to come out victorious in it. It is what it is, but I know that Coach Stevens' crew is going to coach, and they're going to get those kids to improve off of everything that they've seen in this game.
Eagles will play next Friday at Carlsbad. They beat Artesia in a thriller, that Lea County Battle last week. That was played right here, actually, at Watson Stadium because they were in the red there in Lea County. 35-34. Artesia went for a 2-point conversion late, did not score it, and Carlsbad got the victory. So that's the next opponent. Lots of passing given up by the Carlsbad defense, though. Of course, Artesia loves to throw. 374 yards in the air for Artesia, who finished up with 430 against the Carlsbad defense. So that might be something the Eagles can look at in terms of throwing the football in that ball game. Carlsbad didn't have much of a passing game going on, only had 67 yards in that department for Jalen Macarino, so that was where he was at, 6 of 7. But the running game, Jesse Rodriguez, 20 carries for 192 yards and a touchdown, so close to 200 yards on the ground for Rodriguez. So Hobbs better have the radar on that back in that game next week.
Luckily, Hobbs is actually going to get a chance to get a live look at Carlsbad because Carlsbad plays tomorrow. And so I'm pretty sure that they're going to send a crew to scout that game live. It gives you a much better feel than just film. And I'm sure that they're going to get a good look at Carlsbad, who's playing Roswell. And I believe that game is going to be in Roswell, 1 o'clock on Saturday.
Roswell, very tough team. They've been deep in the playoffs last several years. Coach Lynn has really turned that program into a full blast in the 4A. So, again, that'll be Carlsbad next week. We'll have that game live. I'm not sure about the video side of it, but we will have it on HobbsAmerica.com, on the radio as well, Cool 95.7 and the Cool 95.7 app. Again, the final score here tonight, 28-25. Lovington defeats the Hobbs Eagles to go to 2-0. Hobbs drops to 0-2. We do have some action tomorrow with the Hobbs Lady Eagle Volleyball. 2-6 will be on a couple of locations. You can check it out on YouTube at HobbsAmerica.com are your two spots to go with that. And we'll have soccer coming up pretty quickly next week. So lots of sports action the next Friday night for Carlsbad. Final thoughts, Coach?
I really think that we've got to grow off of this, and that's whenever you lose the game, you don't want to lose the lesson. And hopefully the kids learn something from this and grow.
Thanks to our sponsor, Hobbs Eagle Football, including TDS, Lea County State Bank, A-Tech Air Conditioning, Thriftway, Forest Tire, Bobby Shaw Realty, First American Bank, Lasco Construction, Gateway Insurance Financial, Devon Energy, and Robinson & Associates. Again, final score, 28-25. The Lovington Wildcats defeat the Hobbs Eagles. Thanks to Ron Gunner back at the station. For Coach Brian Coltrane, myself, Ty Friend, we will see you next Friday night in Carlsbad. Have a great weekend out there.
And you're clear.
Thanks a lot.